Info5 just subscribed for 10 months.
Yo, well, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Enjoy the Pigu emotes and the ad-free viewing, and thank you. Also, Bunny or something, I've already got an ad-free going. Thank you so much, I appreciate that. Well, we'll get one going when I can. I appreciate that, buddy. Yeah, exactly. Hello, everybody. Welcome on in to a very special broadcast, a very special stream. We are going to be playing Dungeons and Dragons today, and I am so excited to introduce you all to the world that I have constructed, the world known as Thear. We have a wonderful cast of people with us today as well. Let me go ahead and join back into them.
Hear you.
Alrighty, hello.
That-
Hello.
well, that was perfect timing. I just went live.
Yes.
Let's go.
Same. Hello. Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome to the world of Thear. I am your host, the Pigu Uwu. I am going to be your dungeon master today, your world crafter. All of the monsters, all of the terrors, all of the friendly NPCs that you will interact with are all done by me. I built this world for you all to explore and discover together the histories of this world and all of the mysteries that it has to offer as well. And I'm very excited to have you all be here with us today. Without further ado, a quick introduction. Welcome into the world of Thear. That is spelled Thear. This world has been recently struck with a calamity. Happened approximately a little over 1,000 years ago or so. This calamity has left a massive scar on the Weave, which is the source of magic in Dungeons and Dragons. And this scar has caused a lot of very unpredictable and chaotic occurrences to happen quite often. But this world has always been known to be overly abundant and magical. In fact, every single person, every single humanoid born in this world has granted magical gifts, being automatically born with the feat Magic Initiate. So all of our players have this feat, all of the NPCs that they will interact with have this feat as well, and they will see how this also has helped construct the world. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the game today. I would like for my three players, Jin, Halmac, and Demovin, to go ahead and give us our first roll ever of the campaign, and give me an initiative roll.
Alright. 9.
15.
15. Demovin?
23.
23. Well, gee, I guess we know who's gonna be first.
Hold up, I didn't add my +3 to initiative, so 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, okay, it doesn't change.
My
was
modifier is
closer.
a +3.
It's closer.
I just got a nat 20.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
So, we begin as we focus in on the small town known as Armguard. Let me go ahead and pull up that map. We focus in now our attention in the little town of Armguard. And in fact, inside Armguard, where it's approximately mid-morning, maybe about 9 a.m., 10 a.m. or so, and our scene opens in a dusty small tavern room, located upstairs in the inn type section. And awakening, well, not really awakening from his bed, but more like picking himself up off of the floor, we are introduced to the character Demovin. Demovin, would you like to give us a brief description over your character, a little introduction to who you are playing?
Oh god, wow, way to put me on the spot. Thanks, Dice, I appreciate it. Dumbledore is just a small undead owl. He's a small undead owl who has basically no color. He burb. I don't know how else to describe him. He burb.
He's undead.
Yeah. It's kind of hard for him
Like-
to disguise it.
So, groaning and creaking as he stiffens himself up from his not so undead nap, it was quote unquote. Um, you trudge out of the room. The reason why you find yourself in this small town is because your contact had recently told you that you can get various gems and such like that working for the Adventurers Guild. And the closest town that you happened to be at when you received this type of information was Armguard. So, a little curious, you've come to this city in search of the Adventurers Guild, but about the time that you had first come in, the Adventurers Guild unfortunately was closed, but you were told that it would be open more around this time. So you pick yourself up from the inn and begin to head your way out of the tavern. Is there anything that you would like to do or interact with while you are heading on your way out?
No, not really. I'm just gonna go to where I can get the shiny pebbles.
All right. Well, shiny pebbles there definitely can be obtained. So you leave the inn area out into what you assume to be like the main street of this very small farm-like community. You can smell a little bit from the wind that's coming in from the morning. You smell a little bit of moisture and water coming as the wind blows from the northwest down to the southeast, kind of where your location is, kind of signifying the lake that you know that you spotted when you first arrived in the city. Where you are emerging from is you're facing towards the northern area, and you kind of take a couple of glances around, and you notice that the building that you're looking for is off towards the west, kind of lower down this main cobblestone street. One thing that you kind of notice while you're walking around is not a lot of people are out and about. You're not sure if maybe it's just because it's the time of the day, maybe people are just busy indoors or whatnot, but not a lot of people are out and about. Even like the fruit stands and such like that seem to be deserted and without any type of product out on the streets. So, kind of taking notes of that, you make your way down towards the Adventurers Guild. You kind of see the atypical sword and shield style sign hanging from beside the door as it kind of sways back and forth in the lazy morning breeze. You kind of push the door in and step away inside. And give me 1 second. There we go. Make your way to the front desk where you actually see a blonde-haired human female sitting there. Looks to be not necessarily middle-aged, maybe a little bit younger than that. You're not really able to ascertain the atypical age. But as you walk in, she glances up at you and says, "Morning. How may I help you today?"
Oh yeah, he's gonna like cock his head to the side, you know, like an owl would, and then just say, "Job."
Job? Well, let me see here. She takes a moment. She opens up a dresser drawer off to the side and kind of thumbs through some things. Pulls out a small sheet and kind of reads over some things. And well, this here looks like it might be doing well. However, we'll probably be needing a few more and whatnot. So, hold on now. I do know that we're expecting a couple more at least. So, but maybe if you go ahead and just take a seat over yonder. She points over to a bench that's kind of beside the door where you're standing at. If you just take a seat right there, we'll go ahead and get this all set up when everybody else shows up. How's that?
He's just gonna quietly walk over to the bench and sit there and look straight at them, but through them.
Every now and again, she kind of glances over in your general direction and goes, "Oh, that's a little unsettling." Jin.
Yes, sir.
You having a really good morning so far. Having being with the person who has been taking care of you during your time here, within your stay at Armguard. And you're pretty much awakened to the smell of like cooking sausages and biscuits and various jams and whatnot. Basically feeding you up and getting you ready for your big day. Because the day is the day. Well, you had been helped to get a job through your, we'll say, stewardess, the person who is helping to take care of you right now. Helped you to get a job at the local adventuring guild because you had expressed an interest in getting out and exploring the lands and becoming stronger and doing what you can to help make your family proud and such. So having a belly full of just wondrous delights and a cheerful morning attitude, you walk out into the day to notice that it's a little bit brisker than it normally is. Demovin, of course, would not have been able to notice that there was actually a slight chill in the wind today, but it's a little chilly to you. Like, it feels almost like an unnatural chill on the wind. It's in the middle of summer, and the sun shining and not a cloud in the sky. It should be a lot brighter and warmer than what it is, but you just kind of shrug it off and head on your way because the birds are still chirping, the wind's still blowing, and the flowers are still blooming after all. So you head over, or make your way down the main avenue towards the Adventuring Guild, and similar style to Demoven, you just kind of push your way on in. First thing you notice is there's kind of an odd smell in the air. It's not exactly like refuse per se, but almost like
Fried chicken.
fried chicken. I was trying to think of like a way to describe like autumn leaves, like in a mulch, like kind of like dirty autumn leaves, like decayed autumn leaves, almost like it's kind of wet and dirty in a way. But
Well, there is a refuse bucket in the cell at the Adventures Guild.
well, that is in the way back. You're smelling this by the door, and as soon as you kind of look inside, you kind of notice why. There is an owl-like person that's kind of sitting there, looks to be missing a few feathers, and as you kind of look at them and they kind of look up at you, you kind of notice after a while they're not breathing. You kind of slowly make your way to the desk because they're not really making a move against you or anything, and that's when Captain Treebolt, who you are actually already accustomed to, brightens up and smiles over at you and goes, "Oh, howdy there, Jen. How are you doing this fine morning?" And isn't that person over there just a little creepy?
Yes, I think so.
Demovan's
but
just gonna smile politely.
musty is a good term for the autumn leaves.
Musty. Yeah, that's a good term.
That's oh my God, Cat Treats said that.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm gonna kind of shimmy to the side of the desk, opposite of where Demovan is sit, so I can kind of keep an corner of my eye on him. Yeah. I'm doing good. I'm here about that job that we had talked about. I was hoping you'd have an opening today.
Well, that's actually quite fun. Well, yes, there's quite a few openings for this. It's one of those types of jobs that's the more the merrier type thing. And it's actually quite a coinkydink that person over there that you're so put off by is actually kind of interested in the job as well. So it looks like y'all are going to be teaming up.
Okay. Could you repeat that but slower?
They're interested in the job as well. They are going to be teaming up with you.
Are you sure about this?
Like I said, trust me, it's one of those jobs where you want as many people as you can get.
I look over at Demovan and just kind of give him like a fake toothy grin. a little wave. Hi.
He is not paying attention at all. He's just gone back to looking at the wall.
Interesting.
Okay.
Oh, Mac.
Yes.
It for you, the morning has been rough and bumpy. You've been out on the road traveling for quite some time now, trying to make your way over to the town of Armgard. You actually tried to get a job through the Adventurers Guild in a different town known as Smithson. Smithson was the reason why you went there is because you were actually very much affiliated with Smithson, as it was a very large supplier of metal for the guild.
Been there many times.
Yeah, so you were very accustomed to Smithson. It was actually Smithson that you were at when. Never mind. So you definitely made your way towards Smithson, trying to get a semblance of direction, purpose, and information. But unfortunately, everything at Smithson was taken up. It was dry. Nothing was coming around. However, they did tell you about a job that they were coordinating with locally with the nearby town known as Armgard. You were then instructed to head there and see if you would be able to help them with the effort. In fact, they said that they were going to send out some messages to let them know that to expect you. They gave you a couple of silver, enough pieces for you to be able to bribe off a localing travel person or a local merchant that was just traveling and such, but because of certain reasons, they were not willing to take the main roads and instead insisted upon taking lesser traveled trails and paths and sometimes even game trails through the local forest. This led for an extremely uncomfortable trip for Hallmack, who was traveling in the back of a cart the entire time. A cart that, mind you, was being driven by a mule. It was very slow, it was very bumpy. He didn't get much sleep last night, but being a dwarf and being hardy, you got enough. So...
Yeah, this is what happens when you sleep on stone beds for a living.
yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
A little bit of comfort with the mattress, but it's still stone.
So when the bumpy trail, or the bumpy cart finally wrenched itself to a stop, you find yourself just ultimately relieved to be out of it. The local farmer, merchant, whatever, he didn't even really catch his name, kind of just gives you a little head nod and "Hia!" on the mule, and they start on their way. You kind of take a moment and look around to see what there is to see, expecting something. Not really sure what you were expecting, but you were expecting a little bit more in this. It looks like 2, maybe 3 rows of buildings, a couple of houses here and there, a couple shacks I mean, and a little bit of farmland off to the northwest. There's a little lake over there too. And
Road?
well, as you kind
of come from again, out of curiosity, so I can get an idea of where I'm at on the map, so I can kind of take it into my surroundings.
You are like you see the road that's kind of going out of the bottom right corner there of the map. You were kind of dropped off there. The car, as it was pulling away, kind of just did a U-turn there on the road and just went back towards into the forest.
I see.
So yeah, you just kind of take a moment, breathe in the fresh air, and that's when you kind of notice that the air here is mighty cold. You know, you take a moment, like you even lick your finger, pump it up in the air, and yeah, sure enough, it's frigid, almost like there's a snow or something coming. You don't know. It's weird because you don't see a cloud in the sky. The sky itself is bright and sunny. I mean, there's flowers blossoming. It's the middle of summer. Really no reason why it should be this cold.
Odd.
Yeah, but you just kind of shrug it off. You know, maybe it's just something with the water. Maybe you're just feeling mist or something. Maybe it's just a morning chill. So you just kind of shrug it off and walk towards the stretch of buildings that you can see. That's when you kind of take a moment and look around and kind of take in the sights of what there is to see. You notice that there's a couple of like produce carts and such that seem to be set up. Things for like you would expect to be selling things like breads or fruits, vegetables, maybe some, dried meats and things of that nature. But the carts are sitting out there. They're empty. Completely empty. Nobody running them. Which is odd because it's almost, midday. It's still morning-ish, but it's starting to approach mid-noon. You'd expect there to be at least some commerce or people walking around doing something, but no. The streets are empty. You notice a few signs hanging on some buildings. You see an unnamed apothecary and alchemical supply shop. You see what appears to be a bright red building that has a colorful sign painted on the outside that reads Ruby's Rubik's. Further on down the street, you see a bigger sign, a bigger building that reads the Rusted Dagger Tavern and Inn. And further on down, on the opposite end of the street, in a much smaller building, but with a little signpost hung up outside, one hanging up by the door is what I was saying earlier. You see the familiar sword and shield logo of the Adventurers Guild, and on it you read, you can kind of notice that it says the Arm Guard branch, as you kind of head down over to that general direction.
Ah, that must be the place.
But is there anywhere that you would like to stop beforehand, or do you just want to head straight there?
I'll stop at the nearest weapons store. I forgot to pick up an axe on my way out the door. So
Give me a perception check.
alright, that is a d20 plus.
Which would be your perception, which is in the skills list.
Yeah, I'm just looking. That'd be a plus 3. Okay. 21.
21. Alright. Yeah, easy enough. You kind of take a moment and glance around, and while you don't see anything that immediately pops out as a weapon shop, there's something that kind of pops out on the Ruby's Rubik's sign that maybe kind of gives you a little bit of hope. And, because all around her sign, there's a whole bunch of depictions of various odds and ends. Potion bottles, chairs, plates, forks, silverware, various beads, pearls, necklaces, even weapons. And that's what kind of gives you hope. You see what looks like a sword and a shield and an axe kind of piled on top of each other in a corner. So that kind of gives you a little bit of hope. Maybe you'll be able to find something there.
After the rough day, I just kind of just get a small grin and I just start heading in that direction.
Alright. Bardic, real quick. Bardic, congratulations on the 3rd. Thank you for the stretch. And everybody go ahead and take a moment and drink some water real quick. We're all going to be hydrated. Drink water, nerds.
Alright.
Good thing I just refilled my bottle.
There you go.
I literally just spilt it. I literally just spilt it on my desk. I'm so glad.
No!
Oh, I spilled on my character sheet too. Ah, oh, damn it.
No!
Oh,
Well, at least it was just water.
No.
Hopefully it was just water.
It's just water.
Okay, good.
It's water.
Helmic's dead.
No,
Yeah.
it's just slightly wet. I had some water spill on my chainmail as I was just as I was in the cart. Just say bumpy roads are not really.
It's run off from the beer. That's what
Hallback.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hallback. As you reach for the doorknob of Ruby's Rubik's, a single drop of water lands on your hand. And it doesn't, you don't know why, but it sends a chill down your spine.
Okay.
It's because of the character sheet.
I love it. I love it.
But alright, so yeah. You go and test the doorknob, but oddly enough, it doesn't open. Seems like maybe the shop might be closed for now.
Oh well. Maybe I'll come back later.
You hear something on the inside a moment, like you hear like a shuffling and then like a crashing noise, and then you hear a
Okay. By all means. Stubborn townsfolk, okay. I start walking down to what is it, the guild office? The name of it? That
yeah, Adventurers Guild, yes.
The Adventurers Guild. I just start walking down to the down there.
All right.
With my left hand, I has my shield on. I just gripping my sword as as like Aragorn would when walking. That's kind of just how I do. It's how I walk around. Just keep my left hand just on my sword and scabbard.
Okay.
Nice,
I totally forgot to put this
walk.
ambience up. My bad. One moment. Oh yeah, so for those of you that are in the Discord as well, we got the I'm playing the ambience that I posted before, and I'm also got this ambience going on over it as well. If you want the same vibe going on.
I have it running in the background.
Okay.
It's actually helping me kind of get in the mood of it too. So
Yeah.
well, good choice, DM.
Thank you. All right, so yeah, upon entering into the office of the Adventurers Guild, you first take notice of. At first, you thought it was like maybe a decorative plant or something. Like sometimes you have like plants that are growing inside. You thought maybe this was a bush or something by the door. But upon closer inspection, you realize that it's not really a bush. It's actually a bundle of feathers. And then it like kind of slowly cocks its head and looks over at you, and you notice it's actually like an owl. And it, for some reason, it smells kind of musty.
No, we're just not gonna pay attention to how his eyes are glowing or anything. It's just that he smells like a fucking bush.
Oh yeah. Oh, I kind of forgot about that. You didn't say anything about that in the description. You just said he's kind of colorless.
I didn't even
told you to describe your character.
I did totally skip out on that. That's my bad.
Oh, his eyes are glowing, y'all. So that's not creepy either.
Well, you also did kind of take over from me, so I'm just gonna describe my character a bit I'm just kind of covered in chainmail, with a sword on my hip, shield mounted to my back, along with my crossbow that's mounted on my backpack. It's just I'm just kind of my outward appearance just looks like someone who's really ready for a fight, or someone who's just kind of looked like they've seen some things.
Mm-hmm.
The simple scar across my left eye, and that's kind of the best way I can describe myself.
Yeah, that's my bad. I actually forgot to do that for you, and I also forgot to do that for Jin as well. So Jin, if you want to go ahead and give a brief description of your character as well, please.
Okay, I wasn't gonna say anything. I wasn't gonna bring it up.
That's bad
No.
on me. I'm a bad DM.
Oh,
Bad
please.
DM, bad.
Oh, please. We're just all so excited.
Yeah.
Jin, he would be considered tall for a halfling at right around 3 inches, maybe less. He likes to say 3 inches. I mean 3 feet. He likes to say he's 3 foot, but nobody's ever actually been able to take a measure stick to him. He looks very much out of place, but he is glad that he's wearing his leather cloak on this oddly chilly day. But the cloak is something that he wears snug around him all the time. He's wearing light leather armor, no visible weapons on him, though he does have them a little bit hidden. His eyes are always darting around, keeping an eye on things around him. Almost, to some, he may look a little paranoid, but he just likes to know what's going around him all the time. So he does have it has small, pointed, elvish-looking ears, Asian features. That's his best description, I think.
Okay. Thank you very much. And yeah, as Holmac, as you enter into the Adventurers Guild, you do notice Demoven sitting there. This weird, kind of off-putting, but you can't really place it why. owl that's kind of got these glowing eyes, just kind of looking up at you silently, almost blankly. Not really like he sees you, but he doesn't really see you, almost like he's looking through you. But you kind of take a moment and scan and look around. You see a long blonde-haired woman who's got it like bound up in a braid tightly, going down in a single long braid down her back. You know, a little bit younger than middle-aged human female sitting behind the desk, kind of smiling up at you. Got a couple of papers out on the desk, and you also see this kind of almost tall-ish looking halfling person in a leather cloak, kind of standing next to her. You know, kind of talking a little bit chit-chatty, but also kind of looking over at the owl a little creeped out, a little flushed and pale in the head, face a little bit.
I let loose a bit my just because of the owl who's slightly off-putting everybody else. Even though I'm not really too much concerned, but I do notice like the glowing eyes, the little glowing eyes looking through me. I tense up a bit, but also I just kind of take my hand off my left side of the sword as if I need to draw it real quickly. just to always on the side of precaution.
I have said nothing but job and smiled. You people are terrible.
I have never heard you say anything. I just walked in the door.
And
But
Jin's gonna be shy of anyone new anyway, so
Demovan,
But,
I also...
I mean,
sorry.
glowing eyes are kind of a yeah. He
Either
did
way.
wave at you.
Demovan, also kind of the reason why I'm having them react in this way is your background.
I know
Fair.
nothing of your background.
Either way, I just go up to the desk. Take a look around the room. I noticed Jin sitting apart from on the left side of the room, opposite side of Dovin. I just kind of take a moment and I just walk up to the desk and ask the lady, "Is this the Adventurers Guild? Is this?"
Why, yes it is. Welcome on in. Are you, She takes a moment and looks over at some, sticky notes that are kind of, like, plastered over on the side of her desk, kind of thumbs through a couple, and, are you, Hillmark, Fireforge?
Yes, that'll be me.
Hillmark, alright, gotcha. How are you doing today, Hillmark?
One correction is Hallmark. Excuse me.
Oh, Hallmark. Oh, my apologies. Sometimes, with them casting that message spell, sometimes it comes in a little fuzzy. I didn't quite catch the name. I just had to kind of guesstimate. Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to have you here. Welcome on in. So we also got a couple of people that are interested in this job as well. I understand that you came from Smith's Inn, correct? And you are here to kind of help out with the situation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty. Good. Okay, let me see here. These two fine gentlemen, well, she kind of looks over at the owl and, I do apologize. I didn't quite catch your name there, sir or madam.
He's just gonna stare.
I don't know what to call you. So we're just gonna call you Mr. Owl for now. Alright, now, Mr. Owl and Jen here are also gonna be accompanying you. But before we get into much more of the introductions and such, let me go ahead and give y'all a brief rundown as to what y'all are gonna be doing.
While she's beginning to talk, I take off my helmet and I just look at Jin, open up my hand for a good handshake.
Oh, you're a tall one. He holds his hand out for you.
Get nice
His
firm
hand's a
squeeze in
lot
there.
smaller than yours.
Hallmark, that is officially the first time anybody has ever said that to you in your entire life.
I'll take that
Ginger.
as a compliment.
We are now shifting gears as the perspective shifts away entirely from this entire city, this entire town, entire continent, entire world. We whisk away now to a completely different realm. Ginger, you have been running
For what feels like days. They've been pursuing you non-stop. A few days ago, they hit your eye. And it's been hurting lately, more and more. You're afraid there might be an infection or something worse going on. Your vision's starting to blur. And what's worse, he won't shut the fuck up. He's been laughing, mocking you the entire time. And it's driving you nuts. But you can't even stop to sleep because every time you think that you may have lost them, they give themselves away. You find them just to be within pursuit. Sometimes 1,000 meters away, sometimes a mile away, sometimes even closer. There was a time you had to hide in a closet that you came across, and they were mere feet away, and you thought the sound of your heart was going to give you away. Luckily, they didn't see you. Until now. And now you're surrounded. You're trying desperately to catch your breath, raising your hands, glaring at all of them, cursing and spitting at them, telling them you'll never go back. That's when they throw the net. Luckily, the net falls to the ground, and they all look in awe as their prey, their quandary, the thing that they've been pursuing for weeks, just disappears. Slips right through the ground, almost as if they fell into a hole that just wasn't even there. Almost like they just no-clipped out of reality. Ginger, that's when you start falling.
Oh god.
And falling into what you have no idea. You've never known a terror like this before. You start falling and twisting and turning head over heel, growling or screaming. You're trying to best you can to bolster yourself. You spread your arms and your legs out. You know, the squirrel part of your brain taking over. You twisted your tail around and around. You try to level yourself, but it just doesn't work. It's almost like there's no air. There's nothing to rush past. There's nothing for you to catch. You're just falling. You see all of these weird images and swirls of color and light just flying past you. Sounds and screams of 1,000 different realities just seem to crescend and fall upon your ears. Just when you think you're about to go completely mad, that's when you smash right into a desk, and all three of you, Jin, Demovin, and Hallmack, and Captain Treebolt there, all watch as this seemingly large cat-like person just falls right on the desk and yowls and scrambles all over the place. Papers go flying everywhere. The desk gets shredded up to tatters as the nails start clawing everything, ruining the fine tarnish on it. You kind of hear Treebolt kind of exclaim out in surprise and just kind of go, "Oh, get off the desk, you're ruining it, you're scratching it, what's going on here?"
I grip my sword and draw my sword because I have no idea what to do. So I'm full on fight or flight defense, and I literally pull out my shield and sword and just put my shield in front of me as I'm literally standing right in front of Jin, with my shield facing outwards because I'm like, okay, what the hell just happened?
Jin does a leap backwards, screaming like a little girl.
What does Demovin do?
Nothing. This means nothing to him. He's just waiting for a job.
Job?
Cat.
At most, he's like, "That's pretty neat."
Why is that cat wearing clothes?
Where the fuck am I?
I mean,
And
I'm
it
a bird.
talks!
I've been around animal people all my life. This is just another animal person.
Well, the thing is, like, tabaxis are in this world, you know, and you know, you're
True.
definitely used to seeing tabaxis, but tabaxis have a lot more humanoid-esque features to them than this individual does. For one,
Yeah,
this
and most
individual is
owls
on
have
4
more
legs.
brain cells.
Yeah, this individual is not bipedal. At least not that you can tell. They're walking around on 4 legs.
This means nothing to
They're
him.
just kind of like perched up on the desk, shoulders kind of thrown back a bit, fur just floofed the fuck up. But one thing, Hallmack and Jin, you two go ahead and give me perception checks real quick.
11.
And Ginger, give me a reminder real quick. Which eye is it?
The one with the black tear duct.
Left or
So
right?
His.
So it looks like the right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, his right.
I
Okay.
got a 14, so 11 plus 3.
Okay. Jin?
23.
23. Hallmack, you don't really notice this because you're just kind of like more focused on like asserting whether or not this person is a threat.
Friend or
Excuse
foe.
me. But Jin, you definitely notice that this individual's right eye is badly damaged. You don't know if maybe they caught a sword or something, but there's like a perfect gash in the actual retina itself, and it looks cloudy and kind of miscolored. Definitely some damage going on in the eye.
Oh no, he's hurt. But calm down. Calm down.
What the fuck are you? Where's your fur?
Jin takes both of his index fingers and points to the top of his head.
As the
No shit. Oh yeah, go ahead.
as Ginger says that, I just kind of tilt my head. I'm like, excuse me, like interesting response.
He watches Jin does that. He's like, yeah, no shit. Where's the rest?
Kind of points to his lap.
Oh god.
Very sheepishly. Like, I don't know.
One of the furless creatures,
This is an adult
Ginger,
channel, correct?
kind of approaches on your right-hand side. This one seems to be female and has what appears to be yellow-colored fur sprouting out the top of its head, and she has her hands kind of outwards towards you, palms kind of facing towards you, and she's kind of motioning in a slow downward motion, almost kind of shush, it's okay. She seems like she's kind of trying to consult you and try to tell you that everything is okay, that you're not in danger here. But you also notice that her hand is starting to glow green. And as she's shushing you, she says, I want to try and help you. I see you're hurt there. Will you let me help you?
He's gonna try to swipe at her.
He's gonna what?
Try to swipe at her.
Okay, go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Where's my thing? 20, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. 13. Do I add anything to that?
Well, if for rogue, you would be doing. Are you doing with your hand?
Yeah.
Then it would be strength.
Okay, so yeah, just a 13.
Okay, 13. As you go to swipe at her, she kind of like steps back a bit, and the green in her hand shifts to a purple, and she reaches she takes her left hand and actually pushes it into that color and then thrusts it towards you. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. Oh wait, no, actually, hold on. That's I'm just hold on. What's your maximum HP?
A maximum? 9.
9. Okay. Well, you did take damage from that. Your eye is damaged right now, so you're technically gonna say you're have 3 damage. So you're at 6 HP right now. Doesn't really matter for what she's doing.
Okay. One.
As I'm still sitting here with my sword drawn and noticing at the swipe, do I do it? Am I? Is there? I'm kind of having an inkling that this person's not friendly. Do I do any? I'm not sure if I should decide to jump in yet.
Yeah, she easily puts you to sleep.
God damn it.
Yeah, she casts sleep on you, and you immediately just fall right asleep. And considering how exhausted you are, there's a part in your brain that goes, thank God, as you fall into a slumber deeper than you have ever known.
I mean, to be fair, he doesn't know that.
That's when you have this very odd, obscure dream. You remember back when you were a wee little one, and you actually were able to get a hold of like old comic books and such. There's one that always fascinated you, and as your brain now brings this memory up into your mind, you can't help but chuckle at the irony of it, as you remember this comic book was a story about a boy who woke up in a completely different world. So, Hallmac, to answer your question, this person is not a threat.
Please now.
Okay, as I see that basically that he's fallen asleep, I literally just put I put my sword back in the sheath and I just basically just relax.
I will say this, Hallmac, since you were the entire time that you were like ascertaining them or whether or not they were a threat or not, go ahead and give me an insight check.
Okay, that's a D20,
And that's going to be one of your skills.
yes it is. I believe it's a plus 3 too. Oh boy. 6 and I'll say 9. 6 plus 3.
Okay. While you're not entirely certain behind the motives as to why this person was doing what they were doing, you can tell they were definitely under duress. Like, you all kind of were. This person literally just fell from the ceiling and landed on the table and just started causing chaos. But you don't see anything like this. This person isn't wearing armor. They're not carrying any weapons that you can see. They have this bag on their side, but that's about it. This person looks more like a creature than anything. In fact, you wouldn't have even thought that it was a person until it actually started speaking. Just like yes, you're an owl, Demovan, but yeah, you're also still a humanoid. Like, you still have humanoid features. You have arms. You have like fingers and such.
Also, I've also had acquaintance with dwarves, orcs, goblins, and halflings, and humans. So it's not like it's like not completely out of the ordinary. And of course, Dovin over behind me. It's like, okay, it's not the worst. It's not the craziest thing I've seen.
Oh, and I'm not saying he wouldn't have noticed. I'm just saying he doesn't care.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying that you're. I'm just basically saying after all the things I've seen in my own, like, what, 130 years of, or no, 100 years of life. It's not the craziest thing I've seen in my time.
I'll tell y'all something. As Treebolt says, she walks over to the creature. I've never seen nothing like this before. This is insane. I mean, they look kind of like a tabaxi person, but they're not. They got like these fox-like ears, and look at that bushy tail. It kind of looks like a squirrel. What in the hell? Like, they got this is some oddity type thing right here. I don't know what this is, but I ain't never seen nothing like this in our world before. This is wild. But one thing I know for sure is I can't let her be like this. So I can't let him be like this. I'm sorry. That's when she the green glowing returns to her hand again, and she puts her hand on the face of this sleeping individual and casts Cure Wounds. Let's see.
Can I do
easy
some,
enough.
Can I do some sort of check to see if Jin may have a little bit of knowledge about who or what he is?
You can certainly try. You can give me a history check or a nature check. And Ginger, you don't have any damage.
Sure, it wouldn't be an insight.
What insight
yeah,
is?
insight is to like.
I know.
Read
But I'm
situations,
really
people.
good at insight.
Insight's
You
a
said
situation
nature
people.
or what?
Nature or history?
Okay. They're the same anyway. Yeah, no. I got a 6.
You have no fucking clue.
No, I
You have no clue.
It
Looks like a cat, squirrel, fox.
I'm more and I'm actually really interested in what he's wearing.
Yeah, describe
it
your
looks
character for
very
us,
odd.
Ginger.
Yeah, so he just looks like you took a cat and like stretched him like double his size. And then looking at his paws, it almost looked like whatever he is, the dew claws kind of evolved to be like thumbs. And he has a leather jacket on, and underneath it has like this really thin hoodie. And you can kind of tell that there's something underneath it, but not quite figure out what it is. And then the bag he has kind of wraps, almost looks like a saddlebag, but not quite. Like it wraps around his middle, but then also around his front, almost as if like even if he stood up, that it wouldn't fall.
Interesting. I'm just kind of scanning Ginger up and down, even though I have no idea who this person's name is. I'm just kind of scanning him up and down, just observing.
Oh, and also one thing I did forget to mention is he does have the 2 scars on his cheek and then on his tail, but it almost looks as if where the scar on his tail is, it looks like the tail that goes past that is like completely limp, almost as if it had like no bone in it or anything. And also, weirdly enough, his tear ducts are actually, instead of like the normal flesh tone you would expect them to be, it almost looks like he was wearing eyeliner or somebody painted his water lines.
I just relax. I just simply just relax and just pick up my helmet off the floor as I took it off to formally introduce myself to Jim before this catastrophe happened. Pun intended.
Catastrophe. Oh, hold on. I got a sound bit for that. Y'all aren't gonna hear it, but my stream will. There it is. Alrighty. So, after she gets done healing the wound on the eye, Captain Treebolt does kind of look over at y'all and go, "What do y'all think we should do?" Because she kind of thumbs to the back end corner, kind of motions over to the back end where there is actually a cell. And y'all kind of notice that on the inside of the cell there is a skeleton.
You want to put the map up?
Oh, my bad. Yeah. That's my apologies.
Hey, can I roll insight? Actually, I just want to understand if they belong to our plane of existence at all.
That would actually, I think, be more Arcana. But yeah, you can do that.
I was saying more insight because they look like nothing that's ever been in this world before.
Insight is more of judging a person's motives through their actions and demeanor.
Reading situations and people is what insight does.
Yeah.
I know that much.
This would be more of like, you know, ascertaining. It would either be nature or Arcana. Or history as well. I would allow that one as well. Just because like.
What about investigation, purely based on the fact that they're closed? They're just that weird.
I'll allow investigation. I'll allow that.
Doesn't really matter. I have a 2 in all of those.
Someone in my chat just said, imagine asking, can I roll to
14.
scan the cat?
Can I roll to scan? You got 14, you said?
Yeah.
So as you take a moment to kind of take a look over the clothes and like the bag and such like that, you can definitely tell that these clothes are nothing like what you've ever seen before. Like the clothes in this land are manufactured by hand, you know, like the leathers are tanned and stretched and you know, woven together. iron plates are hammered by hand, you know, things are sewn by hand, and these materials, even though this is completely alien to your brain, they seem synthetic. They don't seem like they were made by a person. Almost like some person was able to weave together very thin bits of fabric using magic or something. Of course, the whole entire idea of a machine would be foreign to you, and like in the concept of like manufacturing clothes. Like obviously there's constructs and things like that, but they're driven through
Nothing on this scale.
arcane motors and such like that. But yeah, nothing like on this scale. Like the clothes are very small bits of interwoven fabric that the likes of which you've never really seen before.
Well,
That's what has Jin really perplexed, is like the clothing and this odd bag that he has. Can
I'm
I
just
search his
going
bag?
to. You're gonna. Okay. I'm not gonna say anything yet. I'm just gonna let that happen.
I do what
I mean,
now?
I mean, I'm listening to what I forgot what the character's name in the other woman that's in the building with us.
Captain Treebolt.
Captain Treebolt. I basically nodded at her as she was basically pointing over to the cell. I'm like, yeah, let's put this thing in the cell. I don't know anything about it, but yeah, why not? Put it in there, or just like,
well,
I just give her a nod, like, mm-hmm.
Check
Just
it for weapons and see what's in that bag first.
Oh yeah, in Pigu, I sent you a message.
On Discord?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. 1 second.
PMs or DMs. I don't know what.
I mean, we can still put Ginger in the cell, but like Jin just takes off
Yeah.
the backpack.
So, Jin, as you begin to kind of go over like the clothes and such like that, give me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh god. Okay. 18.
18. Ginger, go ahead and hold on. Let me see. Actually, sorry, I gotta look up something. Where is it? Hello. How does alphabet work? There it is.
Yes, that's the best answer you can get.
Oh, actually, no. I'm sorry. No, that it's not a dexterity saving throw. That's my bad. Actually, Jin, what's your armor class?
Oh shoot. 11.
Oh yeah,
that
easy
sounds like
enough.
a lot of dice.
So as you reach out to, oh god. Yeah, so as you begin to kind of like search over the clothes and such like that, there's this odd device that you're unfamiliar with that you kind of, it kind of looks like an elongated mace or like a really thin mace with like a round bulb at the end. You reach out and touch that bulb, and a shock of electricity surges out of it and into your hand, shocking you for 7 points of electricity damage.
7? God damn.
Oh shit. So Jin's body goes rigid. He's like, and then he falls to the
fall over
ground.
and he makes that wooden plank sound.
There's the device that was slightly humming before stops humming.
I have 1 hit point.
Oh, Jesus!
Oh no!
I guess as Jin is just falling on the floor, I literally go over to him and be like, and I'm like, "Are you okay?"
Okay, he almost went down, almost got knocked down by an unconscious character.
This party's doing great. Alright,
mean-
so, As you start tending to Jin, Treebo is like, I seen enough. She picks up Ginger while Ginger is still steadily sleeping and carries him over into the cell. Puts him down gently onto the little bench on the wall, not with the skeleton, but on the other side, and closes up the cell door and locks it and hangs the key on her belt. That's when she looks over at y'all and says, I had to do that real quick and in a hurry because that spell's only gonna last for another minute. But she walks over to you, Jin, and says, now don't worry, it's okay. I'm a Cureborn. I'm gonna be able to take care of you. You'll be all right.
He just squeaks.
Anybody who wants to
Yeah, I was gonna say, Demovan just perks up a little bit and says, I will help, and then he casts Mage Hand to pick up the bag so it's not near anybody.
all right, so the bag is still on Ginger's like waist. Are you wanting to do the Mage Hand to like undo the bag and kind of like carry it out of the cell? Okay, yeah, easy enough. You all watch as this spectral hand kind of materializes inside the cell, kind of loops the bag up and over Ginger's shoulders and kind of carries it through the bars and sets it down by the desk that's in front of the cell before just dissipating.
Then he's just gonna say, we should not touch what does not belong here.
I look over to Dove and I'm like, agreed.
Jin, you are cured for 8 points by tree bolt.
Okay, thank you. That's my whole hit points is 8.
Yeah. That looked mighty painful. Holy shit! Be careful now.
Is my hair smoking?
Yes.
He starts patting the top of his head.
Yes, it is.
He's very vain about his hair.
I guess as Jin is just, I pull out my hand just basically to help Jin up, just to basically grip hand on the hand, or on that part of your body just before your hand. I just try to grip you to help pull you up to your feet.
As that's happening, Ginger, you hear him tell you, wake the fuck up, stop being lazy. And you pop open your eyes real quick and start like scrambling. That adrenaline that you were feeling before is still kind of coursing through your veins a bit. And you start like looking around, but you find yourself in unfamiliar territory again. And you see that you're now in a cell of crude iron bars. And one thing that totally freaks you the fuck out is when you look over in the corner, you actually see an entire skeleton. But the skeleton is of a creature you've never seen before. It's tall and lengthy and lanky. It's got what appears to be 2 legs and its forearms or its forelegs are like hanging weirdly at its side, and it's oddly off-putting to you. Kind of looks like a monkey.
Oh god.
See, at first it kind of creeps you out, but then you're also kind of curious about it. You start like kind of analyzing it in curious regard.
Get a better look at the map. It's tiny even for me. I gotta open up the actual file.
Yeah, sorry we're not able to make the back speaker. I don't want to like take up too much space on the thing for it.
I have
I have it up on mine too.
I have
Instead of
the
pull
maps
actual
up on the. I have the maps up on the Discord and having it on your stream. So what you're seeing, Pig, is what I see for the most part.
Hell yeah.
Got a whole lot of nothing in here. Can I see the doors locked by any chance?
Yeah, I mean, you can go over to it and kind of push on it and see that it does. It's one of those that seems to like kind of slide back and forth. So you try to slide it over to the side, it kind of jams a bit, and that's when everybody else in the room, you start hearing the bars kind of shimmy and shake a little bit, and you look over and you see this cat-like individual is now conscious again and is at the door and trying to open it, looking a little bit annoyed and frazzled, I would say.
Demovan's gonna step in front of the door and look at them and be like, you are contained. You will relax, and we will talk.
He kind of looks into your character's eyes, and he looks extremely confused, it kind of almost out of nowhere says, "You have a body."
And you do not belong here.
Yeah, no shit. He's extremely confused by you.
You will relax, and we will talk. Then he's going to let the other three do what they need to do.
Jin is looking at Demovan, contemplating, because though he is a being of few words, he kind of likes his demeanor.
Very authoritative.
Yeah, so he's rethinking. He's very unsure, so he's gonna keep an eye on this one.
I guess I'm just trying to find out more after things dust is settled. I'm just kind of trying to find out more about the job and what's going on. I'm just kind of talking with this. I keep on forgetting her name. I am terrible with names.
The blonde chick.
Yeah.
That's okay. Tree bolt. So
Tree bolt.
yeah,
I'm gonna write
tree
that down as a
is an
note.
actual tree, and then bolt's like a crossbow bolt. Tree bolt.
Tree bolt. Okay, there. Now I'll be able to remember names now.
Notes help.
Yeah, they do a lot.
Notes? What are those?
And speaking of tree bolt, she actually does walk over to the cage and kind of crouches down to it, you know, doing that whole thing of, you know, getting down on your level so she can kind of look at you in the face. She kind of regards your eye for a little bit and she goes, "That is a shame. I wasn't able to heal all the damage that it had done. It had sat like that for a while. It seems like it got a little bit of an infection. I tried to heal what I could, but it might affect your sight from now on, poor thing. Are you experiencing any pain? How's your eye feeling?"
He kind of growls under his breath at her.
Now.
I said we will talk. Use your words.
No. You said you would talk. I don't gotta say shit.
I think I know what's wrong. And she gets up and walks over to the little storage area that's on the other side of the cell, and y'all hear a little bit of like clattering, a sound of like some wood being moved and such like that. And after a few moments, she comes back and she actually carries like a couple of links of sausage, some dried jerky, and some pre-cooked bacon, but it's been kind of sitting for a while, so the fat's kind of rendered it a bit, but it's still good. And she kind of puts it on a tin little platter and slides it through the bars of the cage over to you. There you go.
He kind of looks between the food and her and kind of sneers a little bit. It's like, why would I take food from somebody who locked me in?
Well,
To be fair, you did attack us.
Well, he
You
attacked
fell
the
through
dusk.
roof.
Well,
He
first-
attacked the dusk.
He took a swipe at our friend, did he not?
Yeah.
Well,
He would not be in a cage if he had simply scratched a desk. Do cats not scratch inanimate objects?
yes, but she was also holding out a glowing hand, and if he's not from here, he may have felt threatened. I don't know. I'm gonna Jin walks over to the stove there and grabs the tea kettle and pours himself some coffee and goes and sits down at the desk up against the right side wall and turns a chair around and just watches.
I'm just standing in the center of the room, basically on guard, but my hands on my hips, just kind of observing, trying to figure out what's gonna happen next.
one thing that I know for sure is usually when somebody is awful grumpy or they find themselves in an unwelcoming place, one of the best things to do is to give them a nice full belly first. So go ahead and get yourself something to eat real quick.
I slowly
And when
chuckle.
you're feeling
and
better,
I
we can
do
talk a
more.
bit. We don't mean no threat to you. We're only containing you in because we don't know if you're a threat to us. You did attack me. But I can also understand, I did come at you. I was trying to heal your eye, but you did not know that. Well, as soon as we know you're not a threat to us, and you know we're not a threat to you, we could come together in mutual terms. Start to talk a bit.
He hesitates a little bit, but he does like push the food back into like the other side. But other than that, he just doesn't move. He's just kind of watching everybody else.
Seems that we have a bit of a standoff here, and someone who does not want to speak.
Well, until they wish to speak, they will not have their toys. And he's gonna command his mage hand to pick up the bag, and 2 of them are gonna leave. We're gonna go sit on the roof.
Did you, Ginger? Did you push the food back through the door?
Yeah.
Okay, so Jin's gonna go over and grab one of the sausages, cut off an end, eat it, and say, "See, look, it's safe." And he tries to push it back through.
Jin, I need to make a Constitution saving throw. I'm kidding.
Oh, Jesus.
She goes, no, wait! Oh shit, no!
You are now down to 9 damage. Oh, okay, Jin's dead. Time to reroll.
Or you're back down to 1. He looks at the piece that Jin had broken off. He does eat it, but just that one piece.
They're all
You
in the
can
same
kinda
link.
See...
So like one that would be made would be like they're all still attached. Like the only reason why they're not like the same sausage is because you know how they do that little twist tie thing. But they're all made of the same meat. Like it's meat that went into a packaging. So if that one is safe, then they're all pretty much safe because the packaging isn't broken.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I'm too used to our sausage. Then yeah, he very slowly starts to eat, but you guys kind of notice he almost picks up like a person would. Like when he's on all fours, you can tell that they're cat paws, but almost as like he goes to like pick stuff up, you notice his actual toes are a little bit longer than what normal cats would be.
I'm just thinking of Puss in Boots. I'm just gonna let you know right now.
I know. I thought of that too.
That
We gotta get him some magic boots.
Yes.
Oh god.
That's basically how I'm picturing Ginger. It looks like. I'm just like, this probably just looks like a cat with opposable thumbs and a much more proper hands with still having paws on it.
Yeah.
This is where I wish I could put where the map is. Post a picture of the Puss in Boots with the big eyes.
It's like he's kind of like his paws are like Puss in Boots, but then also almost in that same style of like how Scar's hands would move in like the Lion King. Like
Oh,
those are
yeah.
very much like the inspiration for how his paws work.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. As soon as you said Lion King, I'm like, gotcha.
I can see the fan art now. Nothing but paws.
Oh god, if I could draw his paws like that, I would.
As long as he has toe beams, we're good here.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, he do indeed have beans.
Alrighty.
Anyway, shall we all talk in peace now, or shall we all keep on staring at this individual that we have in the cell?
I'm sitting on the roof with his stuff until he feels like talking to us.
Oh yeah, he did go outside, didn't he?
Turd.
Jin, since he knows, Treebolt, that he's not gonna surround this poor cat, so he just kind of nonchalantly wanders over to the wanted posters onto the left side there by the bench and pretends to be looking at them, even though through the corner of his eye he's keeping an eye on what's going on.
Yeah.
He doesn't want Ginger to feel like we're ganging up on him.
Unbeknownst
trying
to
to-
Pretend
put him
you're
at
not
ease.
looking.
unbeknownst to everybody in that room except for Jin and Captain Treebolt, all of those wanted posters are grossly out of date.
I also go off in the corner. I pull out my sword and start inspecting it just to make sure there's any like dual sides on it. Just as a craftsman's eye would basically, and I just start basically pull out my sharpening stone and start sharpening it. Just to basically, I'm just off in the corner, just minding my own business while I wait for everything else to get back together. Mind my own
Alright.
business.
And Treebolt kind of takes the stuff that Ginger doesn't eat and kind of goes and puts it up a bit and kind of lingers in the back a little bit, seemingly like looking over inventory, making sure, you know, things are where they need to be. She also seems to be setting up a couple of like pouches and bags and such like that. Y'all hear some like cluttering and cloth moving around and such like that. Just kind of giving a little bit of time for everything to kind of calm down, just so that everybody can ease up and Ginger can kind of see that nobody here is a threat to them. After some time, Treebolt doesn't even really say anything. She just goes over to the cage and unlocks it. She actually, she'll actually opens it up a smidge and then walks over to her desk, sits down, kind of turns her chair a bit to where she's facing towards the door of it, and she kind of sits down and looks at you and reserves you a bit.
Ginger pretty much just gives everyone the side eye as he like very slowly creeps out.
I perk up as I notice, but I just kind of just stand there, just putting my sword back in its scabbard, just basically to not give off as much of a threat, just to basically just, you know, as I'll still sharpening it, inspecting it, keep it maintained over time, just to basically like, okay, let's just see where this goes.
She kind of looks. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Jin looks up and kind of gives Ginger a little nod and is like, feeling better now?
What is this place?
This world is known as Thear. And if you don't know how to spell that, that's Thear. This world is very magical, it's very dangerous, and very chaotic. We never know what's gonna happen next. In fact, we don't even know when a fox/squirrel/cat person gonna fall onto my desk and ruin it the fuck up. That's alright, that's what mending's for.
Speaking of which, is there any since after she mentions mendings for, I literally perk up and I'm like, hold up, and I go into inspect the desk to see if it's like if it's only split in two pieces or if it's shattering, like something I can fix.
Oh no, it's just scratched up really bad. Like the surface is like almost like if somebody had dropped a cougar onto the desk and it just kind of ran on it for a little bit. There's just a lot of like deep scratches and such in it. The desk itself structurally is fine. It's just the top part of it's ruined. The varnish is ruined, and yeah.
I just simply walk over to it and I go over to it and I cast one of my cantrips, mending, and just chant the word Manidaculum as I put my hand on it and have it all the scratches fade away.
Okay, because of like the amount of damage that is on the desk, when you do it the first time, it only does like a small, like I think it's like a 3-inch area of it. It'll take you a while to completely cover it all, but
yeah.
After about a couple of minutes or so, the desk is starting to look brand new.
Yep.
She looks over at you, and when you first start doing it, she regards you kindly and says, "Thank you." She then turns her attention back over to Ginger and goes, "What's your name there?"
He kind of like pauses for a second, like watching what Halmac is doing, just like, what the fuck? Before turning back over to her, it's like, I'm trying to think. We're Ginger.
For a Ginger?
We're Ginger.
You're okay. All right. My name is Trillia Treebolt. I'm the captain of this here establishment. This is the Adventurers Guild of the town known as Armguard, or the Armguard branch in here, and I'm the captain. I also do have a deputy. You already met his acquaintance, and she actually points over at the skeleton on the inside.
Oh god.
And I've also got a sergeant and a private, but they're actually currently out on a mission right now, and they are currently preoccupied. And she kind of does regard to the two other desks that you see kind of sitting adjacent on either wall. She kind of thinks for a moment. We are in the the Worm's Rend territory. We're up on the northern district. We're in the northern trade district. That's basically whereabouts of where we're at and where we're from, what we're from and such. I don't really know what else to say other than that. Hey, where are you from?
God, I'm trying to think.
Yeah, get put on the
Meanwhile,
spot,
while-
nerd.
Meanwhile, I noticed that I finally kind of take account of who's in the room, and I noticed that Dovin's not out, and I'll go outside because I saw him leave earlier, so I thought I would go outside and check on him, see what he's up to.
He is exactly where he said he was, sitting on the roof with that person's stuff.
I'm like, I kind of go, I kind of just pop out. I'm like, hello, you still out here?
I am up here. His head just kind of pokes over the edge of the roof.
I basically nod you to basically come. I'm nodding in towards the door direction. Basically, know that he's basically come back inside.
All right, well, we're just gonna leave the stuff on the roof. It's safe up there for now, and then I'm gonna come back inside. My mage hand can get it down later. It's okay.
It starts raining.
Oh boy, well that's unfortunate. Maybe he shouldn't have attacked our guild master.
I'm kidding. It's not raining.
A sudden tornado cuts through just over the guild's.
The world's tiniest tornado.
Just picks it up and now it's with the big bad evil guy. It's gone.
Rest in peace, bag. You will be missed.
So, Donovan, do you come in?
Oh yeah, no, I come inside, but we're gonna leave the stuff on the roof. I'm not sure of this guy's motives yet.
Yeah, so I look to see if anything, like if any of your would-be feathers are smoking or any, and then I start to wonder, well, if he's undead, can he die?
The world may never know.
Not by the
Guess we
normal
will
means.
find out.
And even in strange
But
eons
as you
made
look
that
at him, you
death
notice
forgot.
they're not like there's burns on his
That's
face,
up.
but his feathers more look like they're soaked in ash.
Well, he's more wondering, like, if another shocking thing was in the bag.
Oh no, this is just all like old.
He's just a nice
He-
little.
He used the mage hand to carefully maneuver Bag away from himself.
You don't trust bag.
And he's kind of disappointed that he's the only one that was dumb enough to get electrocuted.
Well, you're the one that was
So he
searching
looks
him.
at you looking for smoke or telltale signs that something bit you as well, and then he just kind of sheepishly looks away. Like, damn it, I was the only one stupid enough.
Well,
Do not feel
technically-
dumb. I learned from your mistake.
There we go.
Anyway, what does Miss Trilla have to say?
Well, she was asking
People-
Ginger about his world.
Ah, yes, that's where we were at.
Yeah, see, hesitates a little bit and think, Earth. Where else would I be from?
Earth. Hold on. How do you spell that?
God, the fact that I had to think about it. God damn. E-A-R-T-H.
Huh? That's kind of weird. It's the same exact letters as ours, but all jumbled like. It's like you took the TH and just put it there at the end.
I now just realized what you meant by anagram.
Yeah, I'm just now noticing that. God
Damn right.
I may be a dwarf and a fine craftsman, but I'm a little slow when it comes to words.
Now that's interesting. That is real interesting.
I also had to stop and consider, can Ginger spell?
It's like, damn, I saw it on the sign somewhere, but only if I could read.
This line doesn't apply to me because I can't read.
How do you spell that? Earth.
The rest of them.
Like, you know how it's normally spelled.
Wow, I can't believe you don't even know how to spell Earth. Gee, to think that you would ask me how to spell Earth. Come on, everybody knows how to spell Earth. It's common knowledge how to spell Earth. Come on. But if I were to ask you how to spell Earth, how would you spell Earth? So, yeah, after y'all take
There
a
you
moment...
go. URTH.
Yeah, that's it.
So yeah, after y'all take a moment to kind of regard everything, she kind of looks over at you, Ginger, and she's like, well, I guess it would be pretty safe to assume that you ain't got no money or a job or a place to live or nothing like that, huh? Considering how you just kind of plumped right into our world like this.
Demovin will just poke his head up again and say, "They will come with us. We shall be allies."
Huh?
What?
I look at you two. I'm like, what? I didn't say anything. I just give you a nice I get a nice concerned look. I'm like, excuse me.
We shall be allies, and it will be glorious.
Yeah, Ginger kind of looks down and is like, how the fuck did you come to that conclusion?
They came to us. We are responsible for them.
You know, I kind of like
You
that.
want
I
that
like that
shocking-
you want to take responsibility for him. That means that I don't have to take responsibility for him. So that's what we're going to do. Y'all are responsible for Ginger. Congratulations. Y'all have a boy. Congratulations. I'll get the adoption papers together right now.
Wait, the what?
No, let's be clear. He is responsible for the cat. He offered.
Well, like I was,
That cat electrocuted me.
well, like I was kind of telling you earlier, Jen, it's what the type of job that y'all are going to be going and doing anyway is going to be like one of those types where the more you have, the better. And to be fair, he didn't electrocute you. You electrocuted you. He was unconscious. He was
we're
asleep.
talking about
You went and touched things you shouldn't have touched.
Wait, you touched my bag?
Yeah,
do
he
you think
took
about
about died for it, apparently.
Maybe. I don't have it.
through
Look,
my
look.
shit?
He holds up his hands. Like, see, I don't have it.
Your bag is safe, but we must know that you are safe.
Define safe.
Not.
Shall you? Are you going to bring harm to us or our realm? For if you are, then we shall have to kill you here.
Damn nerd.
I don't
I-
care what you guys do. I just need to get back home.
Sounds legit. How would I phrase that? Sounds fair. I just basically pipe up and say, sounds fair. How shall we do that, though? That's a question.
Ginger kind of hesitates for a little bit.
Well, I can tell you one thing that would help. Having money! Having money helps fund any type of adventure, and if you want to try and go out there and find a way to get this poor critter back over to his homeland, of course, the best way to do that is to do missions for the Adventurers Guild. Hey, and now we come back full circle. So, you want a job, Ginger? I love how the CC said, do you want a child, Ginger?
I mean, I don't see how money has to do with this. I haven't had money up until now, and I've been.
Well,
decent.
in our world, if you're wanting to try and get magical means to port into other worlds and such, then you're going to need to have magic in order to fund those magical adventures.
Magic?
Yeah, indeed. We have a whole bunch of ways that you'll be able to transport.
So, like, everyone has magic?
Oh, of course. Like I was
Some
saying
degree.
earlier, this world is is the most magical world ever. Some say
Just
we're
the-
even more wild than the Feywild.
Just to exemplify it, he's going to pet the cat with his mage hand.
You can, like, swipe that, like, fuck off!
Make an attack roll. I'm just kidding.
No, not like that, like a.
Yeah, I
swat
know, I
down,
know,
like-
I know.
So it is settled then. Junior will come with us. We find a way how to get him home. We do the job. We get paid. What does everybody else think?
I like shiny pebbles. They are good.
I'll take that as a yes.
Tribble, can I talk to you for a minute?
Well, sure.
And I start walking toward the storage room.
And Treebolt kind of follows you.
Are you sure about these people? I mean, we're friends. You know me.
I would like
He
to
like
roll
comes up to her
perception.
knee, but he's looking up at her.
Roll a demo.
Really, you want to pair me with these people?
Well, look, listen here, Jen. It's like this. There's not a lot of people that are coming about clamoring for the Adventurers Guild, and the problem that y'all are going to be going out and taking care of is something that's kind of important.
I know. It's gonna take more people.
And like I said earlier, the more the merrier.
I don't
doubt I heard
know
anything.
these people.
What'd you roll, Demovan?
9.
9.
Oh.
No, they're speaking hushed enough that all you can really hear is just kind of like whispers a bit. Anybody else want to try and eavesdrop?
I just go over to Ginger. I go over to Ginger. I think my helmet is still off, and I basically pull it out of hand. I'm Halmac. Your name?
Yes,
Kinda-
Your
He,
If he's
he
willing
kind
to-
of kind of looks at your hand, but not in like. He's not sneering at your hand like he was earlier. He just more of like very confused, and like he does reach out and shake your hand, but like very, very hesitantly, as if he's doing it more out of curiosity of what your hands feel like than actually like doing a polite gesture.
Well, I do
Ginger?
have some leather on my gauntlets. On my gauntlets, so it's just more of like it's a bit of a leathery type feel for you, most likely. But also just with my flesh, with my hands and my fingers sticking through.
Oh. He was very confused because he's used to feeling like modern, like modern day leather, like the leather jacket.
Think of it like fingerless gloves, but with leather pads for the most part and armor on it.
Ginger, what bits of flesh you do touch are kind of cold and clammy because of the temperature outside, with it being like kind of cold in the air for some reason. It's a slight chill in the air, so it kind of clings to the skin a bit. So what you do touch is cold and clammy.
He's just like, yeah, and like wipes his palm on his sweater.
All right. That's what I'll do.
But
I
listen,
don't-
Jen, I know your worries and whatnot, and I understand that you're nervous with this being your big, the first one, with everything that's been going on. And just, I don't know, it's just, this type of thing don't happen very often, It's probably just this world, doing what it does best, and that is always throwing the shit for us and not knowing what's gonna do next. We just kind of have to take our tides as we get them. And like I said, we can't really pick our allies sometimes. It's just the ones that we end up making. Don't judge a book
I
by its
die,
cover.
I'm coming back to haunt you.
Alright, fair enough.
Just saying, I'm gonna come back and haunt you.
Alright, and if you do, I'm gonna
You
turn
start seeing
undead.
things flying around the room, you know that's me.
And I'm gonna turn undead.
Yeah.
Best response.
Does that work on ghosts?
It's an undead, ain't it?
True.
Demovan, because you're trying to
Start
catch
putting
it,
hot
you do
sauce in
end
our
up
coffee.
hearing a little bit. You do catch a couple of words, and words that you do catch are turn undead.
That's fun. He's still that means nothing to him. He is going to gesture to the cat to follow him outside, if he wants his stuff.
He once again hesitates, but he does follow. He's like keeping his eyes on you.
Ginger,
Yeah, you haven't seen the outside.
the world that you see outside is one that you have never seen before. These giant brown things are jutting up out of the ground, and they got these bushy green tops. And the ground itself that they're jutting out of, it's green. You have heard of grass before, but you've never seen it. It's always just pavement or dirt or sludge. Nothing else in between. The world that you know knows no thing of vegetation. You've heard of it, but this is literally the first time you've ever seen it. And what's also really captivating you is these bright, colorful dots all throughout the landscape. You see reds and purples, yellows, blues, and you see these fluttering little things jumping from colored dot to colored dot, some of them fluttering with big, beautiful, patterned, colorful wings, and other ones are kind of big and chubby that seem to float on invisible wings and are black and yellow striped. You've never, you don't even know what these are. You've never heard of these. Because in your world, bugs died out so long ago that people just stopped remembering about them.
What about cockroaches? I heard they can survive anything.
Well, cockroaches, yeah.
Yeah.
Like cockroaches and flies and things like that, yes, but definitely not bees. Bees died out a very long time ago. And butterflies were soon after. All the pollinators is part of the reason why the world fell to an apocalypse. All of the pollinators died out.
Of course, we don't know that, but hey,
Yeah.
that's kind of sad to think about, though. Just saying that.
He kind of mutters under his breath a little bit. Like, you can't quite make out what he's saying, but like his tone almost sounds like questions. Kind of like you're only hearing like half of the conversation.
Oh, also, it's bright. Holy fuck, it's bright. It actually takes a while for your eyes to adjust. And it's so warm to you. You can't feel the chill that's in the air because you're not from this world. You wouldn't know that the air is actually slightly chilly to you. You feel the sun. You've never felt the sun. You know the sun is there. You can see it kind of, through the haze a little bit. It's blurred out mostly. Like, you can see it floating in the sky, and when it's there, the world is, slightly more visible, but it's mostly just dark. But here, there's not a cloud in the sky, and the bright sun is just shining vibrantly. And it's warming you. Like, you can actually feel it on your skin for the first time ever. You can feel it on your nose.
If he didn't have fur, he'd get sunburned.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Just instant sunburn. It was at this point Ginger found out his name was not just a name. He was indeed Ginger. Your nose starts to sting a little bit.
No.
1 point radiant damage.
He wouldn't. He wouldn't know the sky was blue either.
Oh yeah.
It could just be
First
all
time in your life you
gray
find
where he's
out
from.
it's blue. The sky is blue.
So, I assume we have stepped outside now.
Yeah.
Alright, so,
It's literally like that whole Fallout moment. Like Fallout 3 when you come out of the
so he's gonna, Donovan's gonna give him a moment to appreciate the scenery. But then he's gonna turn to the cat after the door is closed and everything, and he's just going to say that there are very powerful magical entities in this world. Some that may be able to help him, and that he knows of some. And should the cat prove an ally to him, he may be able to put him into contact with them.
So magic is just commonplace here.
Yes. It is the very lifeblood of our world.
Interesting. Now, where's my stuff?
I need to know that you will not bring harm to me or my friends.
Look, all I care about is getting home.
He
As nice as it
ponders
is
for a
here,
moment.
I have people who need me.
He ponders for a moment. That shall suffice. Then he's gonna have his mage hand, drop the bag from like roof level into your hands.
He kind of like angrily mutters under his breath and starts putting it back on.
Do you take a moment to open your bag to make sure that nothing is missing?
Oh, probably, yeah.
Okay. It's at this point when you open your bag that your heart sinks. Because as you look into your bag, you notice there's what seems to be a void on the inside.
The hell did you do to my stuff?
Do not look at me. Look at the elf inside. They were the only ones to have actually tried to put their hands inside your bag.
But whenever you try to think of something that you would want to use, or like something that you want to check on, it seems to just kind of float up out of the void for you to just take.
Can I? Oh, wait. Can I roll Arcana? I think that I might know what a bag of holding is if I see one.
Yeah, Demovin, I would say that you definitely know enough about magical stuff that you definitely recognize this as a bag of holding. However, bag of holdings usually have like a very typical type of patterning to them. This is just a black rectangular looking bag. It doesn't have any type of like markings to them at all.
I was just gonna say that it seems like the magics of your world are becoming the magics of ours.
He almost looks like he's about to go and say something, but his ear kind of twitches a little bit, and he immediately stops.
Then he's just going to politely excuse himself and head back inside. You should appreciate the scenery a little more.
He kind of huffs a little bit, but he does kind of like face up towards the sky a little bit, like kind of sunning himself before heading back in after like a minute or two.
Okay. So, as you come in, you actually catch Treebolt kind of mid-conversation, kind of looking towards like Hallmack and Jid.
And yeah, so apparently what's basically what y'all are gonna be doing is gonna be traveling open. Oh, okay, here's the other two. Alright, I was just about to fill these two in real quick on what the mission was gonna be, because I figured y'all were gonna be coming back in here in a minute. But if y'all want to go ahead and take a seat as to what we're gonna be taking care of, because actually, like, taking a gander at what time it is, so she kind of looks over at like this what looks to be like a magical hourglass that seems to be like having sand slowly fall, and it's just like judging from the level of it, it determines on like what damn time of day it is for her. She's like, we gotta try and get this on the road because people that we're trying to go after seem to be a lot more active during the day, especially like midday and such like that. So y'all go ahead and take some seats. And she motions over to like the benches and such.
I basically I take my shield off my back and I just sit it on the ground and I just sit on it just to kind of just like instead of just sitting on one of the benches and just basically leave room for everybody else for the most part. I'm just off to the left side of the room-ish, just sitting on my shield, just ears piped and ready to listen.
Okay.
Yeah, Jin shows his displeasure by sitting in the center of her desk, cross-legged.
And Ginger kind of stands off to the side a little bit, like not in like a corner, but like a safe distance away, but also close enough to where you can hear what needs to hear.
Okay.
Demovin's just gonna go to wherever Ginger is. He's not gonna let him sit alone.
Okay.
None of that. None of that.
Nope.
Isn't it kind of funny that the cat and the bird are bonding?
It's more of like Ginger's being guarded.
By a bird.
I love it.
I mean, from my point of view, from all the things I've heard about from Dova, and just him being in the room, that's kind of seen it. I've already kind of gotten a nice respect for who he is. Menaceable War is but ones that seem potent and friendly for the most part, but demanding when needed. So I kind of just like, I may like this one. That's just an inner thought that I have to myself.
Yeah. All right. So after y'all kind of go ahead and get situated and whatnot, she takes a moment and clears her throat. Says,
All right. This is an official mission sanctioned by the Adventurers Guild, with 2 adjoining branches signing off on it. This is a co-branch operation between Armguard and Smithson, because a trade route between the two has officially been plagued by some bandits lately. And apparently, these bandits seem to have some sort of leadership type control because they keep on proclaiming that it is for some individual known as Lord Rynar. We don't know what that is, or who that is, but Lord Rynar is the one that is apparently involved in all of this. And that's dangerous because bandits are bad enough, but bandits that team together under some sort of leadership and start getting unified and such, that's much worse. So
Can't agree.
we are having y'all go out under the guise of some merchants. You will be provided with a carriage and a horse that will pull said carriage. And in the carriage, we are actually going to have some alchemical supplies that will be provided by our local apothecary down the street over there. She has already been willing to. This is actually an actual trade between the two. So this is something that is through the apothecary shop, and she will end up getting paid for it. So you are to deliver these supplies to Smithson at some point in time, but we also would like for y'all to take care of the bandits that are plaguing the roads and take care of whatever type of leadership that is involved. So this is going to be dangerous. There will be some fighting and whatnots like that. Each one of y'all will be awarded 50 gold pieces or 50 gold pieces worth of gemstones, as she takes a look over at you, Demovan. And, with you receiving 20 gold now and 30 gold upon the completion of the mission.
All right,
So-
I pipe up and I basically say, so simplified down, we deliver these alchemical supplies to Smithson while trying to take out the bandits along the way and possibly their leader.
Absolutely.
I see.
Absolutely. Any other questions?
We shall kill the bandits.
Be careful as well. Now, as I was saying, she goes ahead and reaches into actually, never mind. She goes back into the little storage area, and you hear some clinking and some clanking, I will say, as she comes back out with 4 small pouches, to which she tosses one to each of you. The one that she tosses to you, Demovan, is the one that clacks instead of clicks, as it's filled with gemstones instead of actual gold. Y'all go ahead and take a moment if you would like to. You can count out all the pieces, make sure that it's all there if you want to.
Oh, Jin, knowing Treebolt, he just pockets it.
I courteously just pull it out, take a quick scan of it, and just put it back into the pouch and put it onto my clip it to my side of my belt.
Okay.
Demovan's gonna pull out one of the gemstones and kind of peck at it a little bit. It's kind of like he's curious what it tastes like.
Don't eat it. It's not edible.
And then he's gonna put it away.
I love that.
Ginger
Oh my
doesn't
God.
actually like look in the coin bag. He's more of like he puts it in the bag of holding just to see what happens.
So as you
It
open the
disappears.
bag and drop the other bag into it, it was another bag of holding, you fool! Boom! No, I was kidding. No, the bag actually like hangs there for a moment, and then it kind of like an optical illusion. It almost looks like the bag kind of stretches itself out as it falls into like a spiral and sucks down into the void before disappearing into nothing. And
that
then,
was a magic pop if I
and,
ever heard one.
Yeah.
and then you kind of take a moment and you're like, but what if I want that pouch back? And as soon as you think that, those thoughts come to the surface, the bag or the pouch reappears right back at the surface, just kind of floating there, ready for you to grab it again.
Drew kind of shakes his head a little bit. It's like, oh, okay.
That's something I'm not gonna get used to that.
Yeah, that's weird.
She also goes, now I know that y'all are just starting off and such like that, and I know that some of y'all, she kind of points over at Ginger, might be needing a few other supplies as well. So she goes and grabs a bigger, like she just reaches around the corner of the wall behind in the storage unit and grabs up a bigger bag and kind of tosses it over to you, Hallmac. And once you get it, like, you kind of take a moment and open and look inside, and you see rations.
Let's see. Okay.
Most of it appears to be hardtack, but some of it is dried, like, jerky as well.
Let's see. I tie up the sack and I put it off to the side. Put it off to the side and I stand up, putting my shield back on my little mount that I have on my back where I can easily draw it if need be, and I just grab the sack and put it in my hand. I'm like, "Are you ready?"
Well, I know of a shop that I think we should visit before we head out.
And she takes a look over at the hourglass and says, now the horse and carriage that we got rented for y'all will be arriving here in about 30 minutes or so. So you have about until then before they'll be here, and you'll have all the stuff that you need to be on your way.
Well, shouldn't we stop by Ruby's first?
I mean, yeah, if you want to stop by, yeah, like I said, it'll be here in 30 minutes. You got 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So, yeah. If you want to,
Sounds good.
there's also the rusted dagger if anybody wants to drink away your woes.
Maybe we can do both if we hurry. Let's go. Jin hops
Alright.
off the desk and starts heading towards the door.
Alright. I basically carry along side, and I should look at Ginger. I'm like, you want to carry the bag of food, or are you good, pal? I don't know. I just kind of look at you. You want to carry the food or not?
Is it safe in the whatever I have now?
I mean, if you want to, I can carry it. I don't mind. I'm just asking if you want to carry something. If not, that's fine. I can carry this. I don't mind.
Yeah, I don't want to get tainted by whatever the hell my bag's doing now.
Hold on just one moment before y'all leave. You saying something going on with your bag there?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. She goes over back into the storage area once again. And you actually hear the sliding of like what sounds like a drawer, like a really long drawer being opened up. And you hear the crinkling of some paper, and she comes back out with a scroll. She goes over and she's like, "May I?" She kind of motions to the bag a bit.
Sure.
She unrolls the scroll, and in the middle, it's kind of long. It's long. It's long enough to kind of fit in like the center of her desk. And in the middle of the scroll, there's like a circular grid-like pattern. She places the bag on top of it, and then she places her hands on either side of the scroll where you see like 10 various symbols, and she puts finger on one of each symbol. And she mutters a couple of arcane words that I don't know what they would be for this spell. But she does that, and the scroll itself flashes brilliant white light for a moment and completely disappears. But then her eyes, you notice that her eyes are also coated over with white energy as she kind of looks down at the bag, kind of taking a moment to ponder it. And then she looks up at you, she kind of shakes it away, like the magic just kind of fizzles away, and she shakes it away and looks over at you with a smile. She says, "Well, you are blessed today. It seems like your bag has turned into a bag of holding. Now, this here bag will hold whatever you want to put off into it. It does have a limit. After a certain weight, you won't be able to put any more stuff into it. But it will hold a bunch of stuff. Whatever you can fit into that little hole will be fine. Now, keep in mind, you don't want to put any living people up in there because there ain't going to be no air in there. So anybody you put in there might die. So don't do that. But things like food or potions or things of that sort, it'll be perfectly fine in that there bag of yours, Ginger."
interesting.
I just simply throw the sack back over me and I walk out the door. Like,
Before
okay.
y'all leave, she does take a moment and kind of salutes. She brings her closed fist like to her up to her chest and kind of beats on it a little bit before looking at y'all and says, "Thank you all on behalf of the Adventurers Guild for helping make this world a better place."
I give her the same salute, basically putting my fist to my chest in a manner that makes me salute. I'm like, have a good day, stay safe, and I put my helmet on and I walk out the door.
Yeah, I turn around and I look at her and I'm like, I'll see you again, one way or another. And he walks out.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Ominous
Ginger
as
kind of waits
fuck.
for. Hey, wait. Ginger kind of waits for everyone to head out the door first and then follows behind.
He's gonna wait a while because the owl seems pretty fixated on hanging out with him.
You
Alright.
guys just want to make sure nobody's gonna like stab him.
I will protect you.
Yeah,
You will be
sure.
safe.
Sure.
The owl doesn't even have a dagger that you can see.
He just
Just
has
a
he just
large
has yeah, just a stick with a gem that he occasionally noms at.
A different type
I
of
mean, the
shiny
gem is kind of
click-clack.
pointy, so.
And the stick can do a lot of damage.
Nah, he doesn't have to worry about the owl. It's fine.
The one who says the one who has a literal stun baton.
Yeah.
Sticks are dangerous. Literally electrocuted Jin for 7 damage. Almost killed the nerd.
Yeah.
And you were unconscious while doing it.
Thank God he had on leather armor.
And that's
I
just
wasn't expecting to do that much damage.
also what's funny too is, well, it's 1d8 electricity lightning damage. I had to look it up. But yeah, but that's the funny thing about this world is it just shows how chaotic it is that the very first instance of a damage roll comes from a person who was unconscious.
Yeah. Ironic.
It's pretty funny
Oh,
to
so
me.
how did you die? Well, an unconscious character electrocuted me and died.
All
Booby
right.
trapped, I swear.
Booby trapped corpse. Oh god.
I mean, you know, if you're gonna go, kind of like have like a little coin picking out of somebody's pocket, so they like go and reach for it, and then boom.
All right. So what are you guys gonna be doing next?
I'm
I
gonna-
think we should head to
just
I'm gonna
cat.
start heading towards Ruby's.
One at a time.
I was gonna head to the apothecary with the cat.
Okay.
I
Jin,
follow
you're gonna
Jin
go to
to
Ruby's, and you're
Yeah.
gonna go with Jin Hallback.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's hold on. We'll say Jin and Demovin, give me initiative rolls.
Okay.
10.
All right, and Jin.
Did it?
Jin, what'd you get?
Why are we rolling for initiative?
What'd you get?
Oh, it's just to see who's gonna be taking first stage.
My dice rolly thing ain't wanting to roll.
Why is it not?
What did you roll, Jin?
What the frick?
I got a 19.
Okay.
I'm
So-
rolling on good on stuff that doesn't matter.
Yep. Getting them out of the way now. All right. So Jin and Hallback, you make your way over to Ruby's Rubik's. And Hallback, you kind of notice that while Jin is heading in this direction, he seems to have a bit of a spring into his step. Almost like he's kind of happy to be heading in this general direction. But you notice that he is actually taking you over to that red building that you tried to go in before, Ruby's Rubik's, back when it was unfortunately closed.
I simply asked Jin, like, what do you know of this this place that we're going?
Oh, I live there.
Interesting. That's basically my only remark.
All right. Well, it doesn't take long to get there. It's like just down the street from the the Adventurers Guild. So it doesn't take long to get there. And as you enter in, does kind of like the door chimes a little bit as you enter into this wondrous array of like just items and color. Hallmark. Just as you walk in, you are met with like just redwood flooring, ruby red painted wooden walls with light red curtains hanging everywhere. You see that in the back there is an elaborate red and golden painted desk and such. Oh, that's a little loud. Hold on, let me turn that down a smidge. And as you kind of take a moment and look around in this shop, you notice that there is a bunch of stuff just everywhere. Like some of it just kind of seems like it's piled up in like random assortments and piles. You see on one table there are like bags and packs and bed rolls and duffel bags, and for some reason a rubber duck under a glass dome with a note that says perfectly fine normal duck that's absolutely not cursed in any way, shape, or form. Next to that, you see a cart with a variety of different bottles and potions and gemstones. A table that seems to have a whole bunch of crossbows of various sizes and shapes with a whole bunch of arrows all over them. In the back, you see an assortment of different weapons. In the corner, you see armor and shields. You see cloaks hanging along the walls. You see water skins. You see piles of just junk like pots and pans and rusted pickaxes and ripped canvas.
And creepy ass dolls.
And way in the back, kind of with her back turned to you all at first, you notice what appears to be a small person, but you can't really tell who exactly or what exactly it is, because they seem to be wearing an overly elaborate red dress made of sequins. They also seem to be wearing their hair that they seem to have is gigantic and red and very poofy. Think like Peg off of Married with Children. Like, just like big red poofy hair. And as the door chimes as you all enter, she slowly turns to you all, and you notice that this individual is a goblin. Green-skinned goblin, but as she turns to you all, she has her hands up to her sides with her nails hanging down. At first you thought she has really long red painted nails, but upon closer inspection you realize these are actually like construction nails that have been painted red and have been tied to her fingertips with wire. She turns to you all, wonderless, overly done makeup all over her face, just smeared to all high heavens. She looks at you all, grins widely, and says, "Oh, hello there, Jin, and welcome. Is this your new friend? Hello, welcome to my wonderful shop. How may I help you, dears? Jin, did you get the job?"
Hey, Auntie Ruby. And he runs
Hello,
over and
dear.
gives her a hug.
Hugs.
This is Helmac, and yes, he's a part of the party that we're...
Hello, Helmac, dear. And she kind of holds out a hand to you.
I try to hide it, but I give a reluctant handshake, and I just basically say hi, because I'm just not necessarily a goblin fan.
Make a deception check.
Deception? Okay, that'll be a D20, right?
Yep.
Okay. Oh,
Hugs.
that's a natty one.
Oh my god, you know what's funny?
What?
I technically rolled the first natty one of the campaign first, but you rolled the second one. Alright, so what is your deception bonus?
My deception bonus is, let's see, god dang it, it's under, it's -1, oh god.
God. Alright, so as you try to hide your disgust, it actually is blatantly obvious to the point that even Jin can tell that you seem to have an issue with goblins. But the fact that you're actually like taking her hand and trying kind of speaks enough. She kind of regards you for a moment, but just kind of smiles and shakes your hand vigorously.
Welcome, welcome, how nice, dear. Now, don't you mind it. I know I can already see it written all over your face. Not a fan of us little green folks. Don't worry, I understand. I'm an exception, dear. I was actually thrown out of my goblin tribe. I wasn't vicious enough, and I kept on wanting to, quote, play human. I'm not plain human, darling. I am human. Welcome to Ruby's Rubik's, darling. I am here to serve. If there's anything that catches your eyes, let me know.
In fact, do you happen to have any axes lying around
I
here?
sure do. There's a table right over there to your left, dear. Mind the bloody ones.
I see. I go over to the table and I kind of just inspected, looking around for a axe that's roughly sturdy, basically a sturdy more hilt, at least a blade, sharp enough blade and a sturdy hilt that can basically is good for throwing.
Alright, go ahead and give me a perception check real quick, if you don't mind. And Jin, is there anything that you might be actually looking for?
Well, I figured Jin already has a bag packed, just in case he got the job.
Mm-hmm.
So he should be set.
So
I rolled a 12, combining all my numbers.
okay, yeah, as you take a moment to kind of regard the axes, you do notice that a couple of the ones that are like got some blood caked on them, they're a little bit rusted, like one has a chipped blade, the handle is a little like worn and such like that, so you kind of don't want those ones, but you do notice one, and it's kind of like tucked in the back a little bit, like buried underneath the crappier ones, almost like maybe it was done on purpose. But you kind of take it and you look at it and kind of regard it a bit. It actually looks amazing. The craftsman on it it reminds you, is almost reminiscent of something that you would make. And as you kind of take a moment to regard it, go ahead and let me see, what would this fall under? Would this be a history check? Let me see. I want you to make me an investigation check, but do it with advantage. That means you're gonna roll the d20 twice, and you're gonna take the higher roll.
I'll just grab my other spare d20 that I have right here and
That
roll both of them.
is sufficient.
Okay, I got a 5, and it looks like to be a 17.
Oh yeah. So along where the blade begins to meet in with the
Hold on,
haft.
one moment. I'm gonna just take a second for my modifier real quick, and that is a investigation, right?
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
you
but
passed it. You definitely rolled high enough for it.
All right, whatever then. We'll just ignore it.
Yeah. No, it's
Just
fine.
wanna
It's
give
fine.
the number of the dice and just and math.
Yeah.
So it'd be like, okay, I rolled a 15 and math.
I just wanted to. I
Yeah,
literally just looked at my character
sometimes
sheet.
it
I just looked at my
sometimes it
character sheet with
matters.
0, so it wouldn't have helped anyway.
Yeah, sometimes it matters, but just the 17 on the die itself was high enough for you to meet it. So, like, when I have you do checks like this, I make up an imaginary number that's known as the DC, which is the difficulty check. That's the number that you have to either meet or beat in order to get the prompt that I'm telling you about, in order for you to actually notice the thing that I'm having you roll for, and such like that. So, yeah, in this actual instance, the DC actually for this was like only 14. So, yeah, you definitely met that with just a dice roll, so the math doesn't really matter here. But yeah, as you take a moment to kind of regard this hand axe, you actually notice that where the blade meets in with the haft, that you notice a couple of dwarven runes that you recognize to be like a dwarven crafter's inscription, like insignia, you know?
Interesting.
In this instance, the two initials read S and T.
S and T. Interesting. May I make a history check to know if I know this
Sure.
S and T initials that may come to ring a bell?
Sure.
I don't think no, that special feature won't really matter for advantage. Okay, so let's go regular history check.
Yeah, just be regular.
15.
15. It's not really ringing any bells. There's
Okay.
so many possibilities. Like, this might be like something for Smithson. It could just be a person's first and last name. It could be the name of their shops. It's not really ringing any bells.
Okay. I just disregard the initials then, and I'm only gonna write that down as a note if I just have it. So I'll just disregard that. I'm like, I go over to, I glance over at Ruby and it's like, how much for this one?
Let me go ahead and check my ledger real quick, dear. Let's see, for a normal little hand axe, just a measly 5 gold pieces, if you would not mind, dear.
Of course. I reach into my pouch and I grab 5 gold coins and I hand it over. Hand it over to her and put it in her and open out my palm in a way that's basically making the fist look towards her, and I basically as she waiting for her to hold out her hands, like she can have the 5 gold pieces.
She reaches out with her hand while I'm reaching skyward. The nails kind of like unfurl, and like you kind of get a notice to actually look now, like how damaged her fingertips are starting to become for her, and from her tying these wires to her fingers. You could tell that these wires have been there for a very long time. Like the ends of her fingers are blue.
Like,
real quick, I'm gonna walk over to the lanterns that are on like the box that are shaped like a diamond. Over by where the axes are, and I'm gonna grab a lantern and be like, Auntie Ruby, how much do you want for this one?
Oh, for a lantern? Let's see.
She consorts her ledger, meaning I'm looking at the book.
Well, my dear, we have 2 varieties over there. You can either have the one that's hooded that would do like a radius like around you light, but we also have what's known as a bullseye lantern. That's more of just like a singular beam that you would point in one direction. Which would you like? Bullseye one is a bit more pricey.
Yeah, I look at Hal Mac and go, no family discount. How much is either one?
For the hooded one, it would be 5 gold pieces normally, but for you, of course, it would be 4. And for the bullseye one, it's normally 10 gold pieces, but for you, it would be 8.
I'll take the bullseye one.
All right, 8 gold pieces, please, darling.
I also can while that interaction, so I just finished putting the gold pieces in her hand, so I think that part's be done.
Okay. And she's also going to throw in a refill of oil, which is just a silver piece, so she's not worried about it. She gives you a flask of oil for the lantern. It already has oil in it, but once that oil runs out, you'll have a refill. She also regards you for a moment, Jin, and she says,
I have a little gift for you two, by the way. I'm so proud of you for going out and getting your first adventure and making new friends. This just came in today, and I knew you would love it.
She goes into the back room a little bit, where you all can't really see. She kind of ducks down and starts messing around with some like shipment crates and such, like digging through some things. And she pulls out a mahogany box. She walks over to the desk and kind of hops up onto her stool and sets it down in front of you. She looks up at you and says, "This is for you, free of charge." She unlatches the box and opens it up, and on the inside you see what looks to be at first a dagger, but you notice that the dagger is shaped like a tooth, and the hilt of it is wrapped in like a fine green painted leather, but the tooth itself seems to give off a green like kind of shine. Like whenever the light kind of reflects off of it, you notice that it has like a green shine to it. She looks up at you excitedly and says, "This is a dagger made from the dragon, or a tooth of a green dragon.
No.
This was just recently slain, not too far from here, in fact. And I wanted to give it to you. As a thank you, first and foremost, for making my shop more cheerful and more voluminous, I should say, with your noises. Well, I am going to miss you while you go out on your adventures, but I wanted you to at least have something. So, there you go."
Oh, it's beautiful, Auntie Ruby. Thank you.
You're absolutely welcome. What that dagger is going to do is, of course, it's 1d4 piercing like normal, but anybody hit with it has to make a Constitution saving throw of at least DC 13 or become poisoned.
Nice. DC 13.
I think I also well during that I also isn't the hand axe 1d6 slashing if I'm reading from here?
Yes. That's going to be on. You have the player's book with you, right?
Yes, right here. I'll open up.
I'll tell you the page it's on. It is
149.
Yeah, 149. Yes. Yeah, 1d6 slashing, light thrown, range 2060.
I just that's also a strength, so that would add +7 to my attack bonus. I believe. If I'm writing this stuff down properly. Okay. Cool. I take the axe and put into the little mount that I've set up on my right shoulder to where it clips in, so I can basically have it ready to be thrown.
Okay. And now with that, we are going to shift over to the other party members.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave and head toward the apothecary.
Okay. Well, while all of that was going on, Demovin and Ginger, you do eventually get to where
Hang on. Hey. As we're walking, I'm gonna look at the cat and be like, "This is the part where we leverage our position for free stuff."
All right. So, you do get to where the apothecary is. This building does stand out a little bit more than the others, just for the simple fact that, like, the door archway is, like, decorated in creeping vines and flowers, and there's, like, flower boxes by the windows that have, on one side you see a variety of different herbs and such growing, and in the other you have like flowers and such like that. You do also notice that the door does have a little sign etched in wood on it, and the sign does read "Open."
Oh, yeah, we'll go in then. Let's go.
So you all walk in, and you're both met with an aroma of a variety of different herbs and spices and such like that. Ginger, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh god. Can I find my character sheet? Oh, 7.
Oh no.
Oh god.
So, as you get assaulted, we'll say, by this cacophony of a variety of different scents and odors, there's one that hits you like crack cocaine.
Oh no.
Your eyes become very narrow, like your pupils become very narrow, and your fur kind of stands on end, and you start frantically looking around trying to find the source of this odor. Make a perception check.
I'll put up the store.
And as this is happening, you see this elderly lady coming out, kind of looking over at you all and says, "Hello, welcome into my shop. How can I help you today? Are you all right, young man?"
I rolled a 3.
You're not able to locate it. you kind of frantically look around, but there's just so much. There's so many smells. You're not really able to hone in on what that is. But
Map.
there's something in here that just it smells like euphoria.
God. Guy's first catnip experience.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Oh,
Hey, good. You
Get on
want to
the-
put up the map?
Oh, my bad.
I was about to say, I'm like,
Let's. Which one is it? Is it
The
this
square.
one? No. No.
I labeled it apothecary.
I know. Did I forget it? I might have forgotten it. Hold on. I did forget it. Okay, hold on.
I can DM it to you because I have it perfect.
No, I have them all downloaded. I just need to add it on
Okay.
OBS first.
Yeah, I forgot to do that, so I was doing it as the intros were being done.
It's,
It's like, oh no.
yeah, there it is. Okay. Very large.
Why
Very
is it so
large.
big? Okay, there we go.
There. Alright, there we go.
Is there any way to make it actually fit the frame, or is it?
If you put it in between the top and the back.
I'm just
Should-
curious.
Emphasis on should be two separate files.
it works. That's what I say.
There we go. Good enough.
Luckily this one's square, so it's easier.
Yeah, I thought yeah. I'll
It's
make
fine.
the other one square from now on.
Yeah, it's fine. So, yeah, as you all enter into the shop, she does kind of regard you all, and she looks at you, Ginger, and says, "Are you all right?"
What is that?
Herbs.
Can I roll insight? I mean, like, wouldn't tabaxis be kind of the same way?
God.
Can I
Um,
read his behavior a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. This would definitely be an insight, yeah.
That's a 14.
He definitely seems to catch a whiff of something that is just triggering like just a euphoric type state in him, but it's also making kind of frantic in a way. Like you're seeing that his fur is like standing up on end and such like that, and you do notice, like, as you kind of take a moment and look around, it does seem like this lady is a cat person, because, well, you notice that there's like some food dishes and such behind the counter, like underneath the shelf in the back, and like a little litter box and thing. But on the shelf, you actually notice like satchels that are labeled catnip. They're like little burlap sachets, or sachets, I would say, like that would fit in the palm of your hand, probably filled with the herb known as catnip. And you do know that, like, tabaxis normally don't like react to catnip in that way. Like some have been known to like kind of smoke it in a way, but normally tabaxis don't go crazy over catnip like, domesticated cats do. But Ginger here seems to not be like that.
He's
Can
not
can I roll animal handling to understand that entirely?
Sure.
Hey, that was a 19.
Hey, there you go.
Cool. I'm just gonna point to the catnip.
That kind of makes sense. As you kind of point that the old lady does kind of notice. Yes, this does make sense. You're taking a little fond of the catnip here. That's interesting. Normally tabaxis don't get a reaction like this, but I don't know, maybe...
Demovin's just gonna interrupt her. They are not tabaxi.
They're not. She kind of moves the glasses at the end, that are at the end of her nose kind of closer, and she kind of squints her eyes and kind of focuses in like, oh, yeah, that's, huh? Would you look at that?
Our friend here is not of this world. They came out of nowhere.
Aliens!
I don't think they are not of this world. I think they are from a different
Dimension.
plane. I would say plane.
How would someone describe that to someone who does has no idea?
Does make a lot more sense now, that doesn't it? Yeah. Well, that is interesting. Yeah, since you seem to like it so much, she takes up a sachet from the pile and just kind of tosses it to you, Ginger. There you go, on the house.
He doesn't even catch it. You know that thing that dogs do when like they smell something in the grass and like they try to rub their necks against it?
Yeah.
He does that on top of the satchel.
Just immediately plops down on top of it. The actual weight, Demovin, you notice that when Ginger does this, the floor actually does shake a little bit. Like there is some like weight behind Ginger. Like Ginger, even though Ginger does appear to be a little bit smaller, like there's definitely like some muscle to this character. Some heft, we should say.
Yeah, no, I was just, as I'm noticing that, I'm just gonna while that's happening, I'm gonna actually cast Mage Hand again, and I'm gonna tie a little bit of a rope to the end of that catnip, and I'm just gonna have the Mage Hand like dangle it somewhere. That way he's like preoccupied, so I can talk to this person for a bit.
Yeah, Ginger, because of your wisdom saving throw earlier, you have no control over this. You are batting at that fucking thing like it is a toy gone wild. Oh, I can see the fan art now. So as that happens, the shopkeep does kind of look over at you and kind of regards you a bit. She says, "Hello there, kind sir. My name is Lady Ivy. How may I help you today?"
He's gonna look at her and say, "Well, it would seem that we are going to be the merchants that are carrying your supply, and I was just curious I was curious as if you might have a potion or elixir that might help us.
She kind of takes
Anything
a
that you
moment.
could spare."
She kind of takes a moment and she's like, "So, you're the group that's going to be protecting my precious ingredients, eh?" She kind of slowly leans over and looks at the cat in the background that's now batting at the thing like it's a toy.
He is mostly, as you can see, I would say a pet. As he is not of this world, he is merely our responsibility.
You don't even notice that he says this, Ginger. You're zoned. You're in a
Zoomies.
you're in a little trip right now.
Now we need tripping.
As you can see by how he is behaving, I have him perfectly under control.
Well, go ahead and make a deception check for me, Demovin.
I wouldn't even know because that's
Well, first deception.
That is an 18.
And then give me persuasion for the potion as she kind of regards him of it. She's
The
like,
deception is 18. The persuasion is 25. It was a nat 20.
nice. Okay.
So you're rolling
As you
on
say
all
that's just a pet and you kind of have him under control and stuff, she's like, "Oh, I can see that. Yes, okay." And she kind of regards you again and she's like, let's see. Well, we wouldn't want you all suffering any major damage out there. It is dangerous what you're going out and doing, so you know what? Sure, why not? Here, I may have a couple of things that might help you in one moment. And she kind of hops down off of her stool and walks around the back, back behind the walls where you can't really see and such. And you hear some like clinking and clattering and such like that. And she does come back with a belt pouch, blah, blah. a potion belt. Thank you, brain. That is carrying 2 vials of liquid. One of which is like a thin vial that contains a red liquid on the inside that you could recognize right away as a potion of healing. And on the other one, though, is a more bulbous one where it starts off, the top of it is thin, but at the bottom of it, it kind of bulbs out. And the potion that it contains in there seems to be kind of silvery. She places the belt on the table or on the desk for you and says, "I've been holding on to these for quite a while, so I don't mind giving them away. Nobody in this town really buys them. They all really just want all the various herbs and spices that you see behind you and such. So, as far as actual adventurer styling potions and whatnot, I don't mind giving these away to some people that deserve them. Of course, here you'll see a normal, pure potion of healing to help if you ever suffer any major injuries. But this other potion is to kind of help make sure that you don't suffer from those injuries. It is a potion of defenses. So technically, jargon speaking, she's going to give you in-world speak that it just gives you an aura of protection that can help stave off any type of damage. Basically, what this does is anybody who drinks this potion for 1 hour after drinking the potion will have a +1 to their armor class, as well as any saving throws that they may need to make.
Nice.
So, +1 AC and saving throws for 1 hour after drinking the potion of defense.
Sorry to interrupt. Quick question, real quick. Pigu, did Trilla give us 20 or 30 coins for our?
The 20, 20 to start.
Okay, then I need to make sure.
Oh, and Ginger, the rations, by the way, 10 in total.
Yeah.
And what were you about to say, Demovan?
What? I was just saying that I got it.
Okay. Now, that also being said, if you're interested in buying some supplies, I can actually provide you with the ingredients necessary that you might be able to brew these potions yourself. The recipes are trade secrets, so they do run a little pricey, but I guarantee you they are worth it.
They would be worth it, but I'm just curious if I would even have the ability to do that.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
I suppose I can take a look at what you have. Some small starting step for alchemy sounds like a good
Alrighty.
investment.
Well, I do currently have 2 recipes that are available for purchase, and they're actually these potions that I'm giving you today. I cannot part with these recipes just for free. Like I said, they are trade secrets, so I try to protect them as best I can. They both run about 15 gold pieces per each, so keep that in mind. But this is for how you would be able to make for a potion of healing. As she said, it's like a sealed, like a scroll that is sealed in wax on the end, but like the wax is like a reddish tint to it. And then she also provides another one that is also sealed in wax, but it's like a whitish silver, just like the potion. Upon studying these, it might take some time to be able to decipher like all of the various weights and all the various ingredients and the processes involved and such, but after studying these scrolls for quite some time, I assure you, you will get all of the knowledge necessary to be able to brew your own potions.
He's gonna ponder over the scroll for the potion of healing, and then he's gonna like gesture and say like, yeah, I'll buy this then.
Alright, 15 gold pieces if you wouldn't mind. And she takes the
He's
scroll.
actually going to look back at Ginger and be like, hey, give me your gold.
I don't think he hears you.
Make a perception check, Ginger.
As if he has any to begin with.
Basically, he's rolling to see how stoned he really is.
Yeah.
3.
Are you serious?
Oh,
So
Alright.
as
That boy
you look
is
back,
gone.
Demovan, as you look back, you see Ginger has somehow managed to get the bag away from the mage hand because, like, you took a moment to ponder the scrolls, and Ginger took that moment's distraction to snatch the bag from the from the hand, and is now like on his back, holding the bag in his teeth and forearms, and is steadily rabbit kicking it with his back legs.
Oh well, he's just gonna use the complete distraction of the cat to. He knows what a bag of holding is. He knows how to get the gold out of the bag of holding.
Give me one moment. Let me see. How am I gonna find this quickly? Where are these things? Of course, it's not gonna be in the appendix. I'm just seeing if like bags of holding are attuned. Nope. Nope. Yep. Nope. Yeah. You can totally do that.
Yeah, he's just gonna will that little gold pouch out while he's distracted and count out 15 gold pieces and give it to her.
Okay. We're still gonna keep that same perception check, Ginger, because you are rabbit kicking a bag of catnip and you are in La La Land.
Yes. I am
Other than that, he's not touching his stuff. He's just paying for the thing.
Alright.
He
Ginger
needs.
doesn't care about money.
Ginger
he needs
probably
his-
you
yeah,
wouldn't
he
even
already
realize.
figured. He heard the discussion earlier about
So-
never having money. I was like, he won't mind a little bit less.
Are you taking like the entire 20 gold pieces, or are you just taking the 15 needed for the scroll?
I'm taking the 15. Wait, did she say there was a discount if you got both of them?
No.
I was just saying because they're 15 each, and I need those gemstones. I don't want to take all of his money, so I'll take the potion of healing, and then I'll just relay the information about there being a recipe for the resistance potion.
Okay.
Can Jin come in right about this time?
It's about this time that Jin is actually being handed the dagger.
Oh, okay. I forgot this is simultaneous, because then I could help. I could give him the 15 for the other.
Well,
scroll.
I was gonna head back to the weapon store anyways. We have a cat that has nothing, at least to our understanding. They have no means of defending themselves here.
So basically, we're just gonna swap stores.
Yeah, kinda. Or we could meet up at one and then go back to the other.
Oh, good lord.
I
Ginger
imagine.
has some stuff on him, like what he fell into the world with. But
Yeah,
Elijah
like the normal like stuff that like your class would start with, Ginger, like you still have those. You know, like for instance, like a dagger, like you definitely would have had a dagger in that world. It's not like daggers don't exist. You would have it for like hunting and meat processing and, you know, such like that. So
What does one hunt in the city?
I'd be
Rats.
surprised.
I'd rather not question it.
sometimes you don't want to question it.
Yep.
Giant cockroaches, because we've already established that they can survive anything.
Hi, you're from the
God,
capital
I
wasteland,
imagine-
I see.
Yeah, like I'm imagining like the
my
Fallout
God.
sized cock. Ugh.
RoboFish said we should check. You should check to see if there's any shock resistance poisons for Jin.
Yep.
But yeah, no. As that's happening, I'm gonna have the mage hand like yank the bag again so we can get going over to the weapon store.
Okay.
It's like luring him like like a horse on a string with a carrot on the
Um,
string.
go Ginger.
Yeah,
Go
carrot
ahead.
on a
And,
stick.
Ginger, go ahead and give me another wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Also, my dog is playing now. Of course he is. Oh, I got a nat 20 this time.
Okay, so like the initial shock of this, like what you suppose is some sort of crazed drug, that this world just happens to have and was just tossed to you for free. You definitely begin to enjoy it, but like it starts like seeping in a little bit, and you start maintaining control and such like that. So you're not like going insane over it anymore. But you're not able to hear Ginger or Jin at all.
Hello.
Is anybody else
Yes.
having a problems hearing them too?
I can hear him.
Yeah, I can hear.
I can hear everybody.
That's weird. It's really low. Yeah, let me turn them up on my end.
Do I just maybe need to move my mic closer?
No, that's okay. I can
see,
I can turn
Discord
you up.
thing.
Yeah, it might just be Discord being Discord.
I'm really loud.
Jin, say something for me.
Hello. Hey, how is everybody today?
I will say, a few of your guys' voices sound a little similar, but luckily the pictures are able to light up to tell me who's who.
Yeah.
And Ginger.
Mow.
Mao.
Markiplier's Mow.
Mao. I am cat.
Yeah, the fuck out of you.
All right, there we go. Okay. Still a little low for Ginger.
No.
Well, that's also just Ginger.
Yeah.
Ginger quiet.
And
We all
okay.
gonna drink?
Yep.
Said that Bunny is a little loud, or Demovin's a little loud. Just turn it just a smidge
No,
down.
no, 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 not a little loud, or really loud.
Okay, there we go.
Perfect.
OSHA has no place in D&D. Exactly.
Yeah.
OSHA hasn't even been
All right.
invented yet.
Thank you
Neither
for
has
letting
the
me
Geneva
know.
Convention.
No Geneva conventions. No Genevas. Alright, so as you finish up with that transaction demo, was there anything else that you were wanting to do here, or did you just want to go ahead and head back to the shop? Or to the weapon
He's
shop?
just gonna politely nod to the shopkeeper and let her know that he'll keep her stuff safe, and then leave.
I greatly appreciate it. What was your
Almost
name? I
was
didn't
right.
catch that. What was y'all's name again?
He's gonna ponder for a moment and then look at the piece of paper that's in his pocket. Then he's gonna say, Demovan, I think.
All right, Demovan, you take good care of yourself. And that little... She looks back behind your shoulder again. That little creature back there as well. You're just like, you're back there just kind of like you maintain control, but you're still like holding a hold of it, just kind of huffing it a bit. Just... God, this smells fucking good.
Come now, we should catch up with the others.
Yeah.
Thanks for the drugs.
Oh,
His new addiction. First sample's always free.
So yeah, as Halmak and Jin, you're about this time also wrapping up things with rubies and start heading out to the street as well. And you see further down the street towards like where the town entrance is, you see Demovin and Ginger also exiting the apothecary as well. And it is actually here where we're going to go ahead and take our first 5-minute break of the evening. Everybody go ahead and get up, stretch your legs, go potty, refresh your water. I need to let my puppers out as well. And we will be back for a lot more D&D here in just a moment. Stay tuned, everybody.
Bye.
Be back in a moment.
Yeah. I gotta go use the restroom.
chat. I'm back, but we're gonna wait for everybody else to kind of get back too. I hope everybody's enjoying this so far. We're just getting started. They haven't even left the town yet, but we're back. We're getting there. This is so much fun, though. I love this party dynamic already. Bit.
It has returned.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Okay, I'm here.
Welcome back as well. We're just waiting on Jin now.
I'm here, just chewing. So I muted my mic.
Alrighty.
yeah, so was I.
Oh, and I gotta take away the break thing. There we go. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you all for hanging out and staying tuned. Before we continue on, oh my god, I was literally just about to talk about this too.
Cat treats
I
gifted
heard
1
something whispering. What was
subscriptions to the community.
And I messed that up because everything was on top of my Twitch alerts. Wait, where is it?
I said someone might need to change the map from an apothecary shop to the town, but what do I know?
Yeah, in just one moment. I completely messed this up for... What is that? Oh, that's that. Okay. Yeah, I messed up the Twitch thing. Oh my god, Cat Streets, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub to So Tired. I really appreciate that. And yes, actually, that means that for the very first time, we actually have somebody who purchased an incentive off of our incentive menu. As you all can see above my head, I was actually just about to talk about this. Oh, that's you, Hallmark. That. The menu above my head has a whole bunch of different incentives on it for anybody that helps to support the stream and such, that a variety of different things can happen. For 100 to 400 bits, you can buy a round of drinks or healing potions for the party. For subs or 500 bits or resubs, we will actually roll on a chaos table that I actually have here as a DM. Or for anything that is $20 or above, you are purchasing a Bane or Boon brisket. And that is your choice of whether you can either bless the party with something really good, or you could curse the party with something really bad. And we actually have a purchase on that today. Enjoy your sub sandwich there, Cat Treats, as we roll on the chaos table. Let me also pull up the town real quick. Let me... Boop, there we are. And... 41 on the chaos table. So as you all are coming together, you know, reminiscing over like the various purchases and such like that, Jin, you're walking happily, kind of looking down at the dagger that was just gifted to you, when all of a sudden it disappears.
Oh,
It vanishes, and in its place, you see a note that has been sloppily written that says, "Ha ha ha, got you, and now yours is mine. You'll never find me in this watery place."
we're going to the lake. Son of a biscuit.
I over to Jen like, what happened?
So,
I show him the note. My dagger, my beautiful dagger, is gone.
All right. All right.
Okay.
Who am I? All right. Who am I? Who? No one steals from somebody on my watch. Who we beat now?
I don't know. Do I know? Do I recognize the handwriting? Can I roll
Not at all.
for?
it looks like it was written by a child. Like, it's just very sprawling and shaky and large, misshapen letters.
Probably another goblin.
So
I As
The
the
ki-
notes in my hand, I have to examine it too. I'm like, watery place. Interesting.
The only watery place around here is the lake.
Well, I mean, in the oceans.
Wonka
Well,
ass.
we're not in our town.
Oh yeah.
Interesting. I just can't get it back to now. I'm like, okay, well, that's the only thing we can go off of.
So
And
you
we see
can,
Dovin and Ginger in the distance as well, coming up to us.
Jin, you can thank Cat Treats for rolling the disappearance.
Thank you for the sub.
Yeah,
for
thank
the
you
channel,
for the sub.
but
Thank you for gifting out the sub to So Tired. I really appreciate that. All right, so y'all decide to run off towards the lake.
I
well,
mean, they do. I still want to go to the weapons store.
yeah, we still need to go to the apothecary. We need to get ready for this.
Adventure
Yeah.
that we must go on.
I have to look up the sky, the sun, to see, basically give an idea of what time it is, how much time we have until we have to leave.
Give me a nature check.
Okay. That's 13 plus, nothing. Okay, 13.
13. You can guess that maybe half of the allotted time that you were given has already passed.
Okay.
You guess Nate maybe about 15 minutes or so before the carriage is due to arrive.
Okay. I don't know how long it's gonna take us to get to the lake. Jen, how long do you think it's gonna take us to get to the lake?
Lake's only about like 150 feet away. It's not far.
Alright.
Like it's so close you can smell it.
Jim, what do you want to do?
Throw the cat in.
No.
I was gonna say, if one of them wants to take the cat to the weapon shop, I'll go to the lake, because if we need to swim, I don't need to breathe.
I guess we'll meet up.
Tell you
first
what,
we'll meet up-
if you go to the lake, there's no way Jin would know about the other scroll, would he?
I did relay that information. I said I would.
Yeah, we can say that
have-
like when y'all first met up and like Demovan was shouting out, "Hey, they got a potion making scroll in there, potion making
Yeah.
recipe,"
Okay, so
Potion. Hope you not get shocked.
and then poof, dagger gone. Drama ensues.
okay, I will, since I'm heading to the apothecary now anyway, I will buy that scroll for you if you check out the lake for me.
I can do that. That's easy enough.
So who's gonna take care of Ginger, who is completely encapsulated by what is it, catnip?
Yeah, just
He's not gonna go near the water.
I don't know. Keep the string held. Or if you probably look strong enough to do it.
Okay, bye, and he just starts walking away.
All right.
I'll follow Ginger, and Novin and Jen can go wherever they need to go. I guess.
So Halmac and Ginger are going to Ruby's,
Guess so.
Yeah.
and Jin's going to Apothecary. Demovan is going to the lake.
That's a shame. I really wanted to meet that goblin.
All right. Let's see. We will.
This is gonna be interesting. I'm gonna say that.
So, Halmac and Ginger, what is it that you are going to be going for with the for Rubies?
Well,
That's a good question.
I guess, well, I'm gonna just take a second to assume that Demovan has told us that Ginger may need a weapon, and I speak, well, we just met with the shopkeeper. I'll go see if there's anything fit for our friend here, who seems to be encapsulated by drugs at the moment. And we move
No,
on.
he's
It's not a drug. It's a plant. It just happens to grow that way.
yeah.
The plant didn't choose to be a drug for cats.
But also too, like Ginger has like full control over himself again.
Okay.
He's just
Okay.
kind of huffing it every now and again, just be like, God, that smells good.
Yeah,
Okay.
kind of like when like you get something like was thinking like a tea, like a tea that smells really good. Just.
Alright, I'm like, actually, first I guess I'll just ask you, hey Ginger, do you need weapons or anything like that?
Not really.
You don't? Interesting.
No.
Okay. We'll head over to Ruby's anyway, see if there's anything you want there.
Sure.
Alright. That's how we'll part.
Okay, well, we'll say that you two just kind of go and generally browse. Ginger, you
Town,
can
I
let
guess.
me know if there's anything like catches your eye if you want to take a look, like closer look at the Ruby map. Jin, you're just gonna go in and purchase the scroll, correct?
Well, I wanted to see if she had any healing potions that I could buy.
Okay. So yeah, as you do enter in, she looks up at you and bids you welcome. Hello, welcome in.
Hello, Miss Ivy. How are you today?
It's so good to see you, Jin, dear. Are you off with this group as well? Were you able to get that job?
Yes, I was. So
Good.
I was hoping you'd have some healing potions for
Well,
sale.
I did actually only have the one, and I already gave it to your bird friend, and I also gave him the potion for like a little bit of defense as well to kind of help stave away the injuries. He also purchased one of my recipes. I was wondering if maybe you'd be interested in the other.
Yes, actually, I wanted to buy that for him because he's doing a favor for me.
Good,
So-
absolutely. If you don't mind, then 15 gold pieces, please. I can't give you a discount for this one, I'm afraid. It's very strict price. It's family set. You understand?
Oh, totally understand. No problem. We own a
Thank
shop
you.
too, so
Thank you.
and I
thank
hand
you.
her over the 15 gold.
All right, and here you go. She hands you the scroll that is sealed with whitish silvery wax. Thank you very much. I appreciate the
thank you.
business, and be safe out there. Keep my goodies safe as well. You know how much care I put into my ingredients.
And that's exactly how much care we will take in making sure it gets there safe. No
Good,
problems.
good. No peeking.
I promise.
Have a good day. Thank you for stopping by.
You be safe now.
You
And he
too.
waves and heads over to the bar.
All right, Demovin. It doesn't take you too very long to get to where the lake is at. Probably about the time Jin is actually handing the gold over to Lady Ivy is about the time that you get to the lake. It doesn't seem like much. It's just a very unbecoming lake. The water is still, doesn't, slightly ripples with the wind. You can kind of see that there's few fish that are floating or swimming around in it here and there. So it's a lively, active pond. Very healthy.
I would like to roll investigation to like peer into the pond, see if I can maybe get a better understanding of what's going on beneath the water.
Sure. As
Besides just the little bits of fish.
you push your head into it, the water is actually pretty crystal clear. So go ahead and give me an investigation, just normal, no disadvantage, because it's crystal clear water.
It's a 20.
20, dirty 20?
Dirty. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, easy enough. You look around, you notice that the pond itself, while it looks like it would be shallow, like from the top, it's actually a lot deeper than the surface would lead it to believe. In fact, at the very bottom, you notice what appears to be a hole. Maybe like a hole to like a little cave or something that's like deep down and submerged under the water. Probably about, I'd guesstimate, 50 feet deep.
So, he's going to, casually take his clothes off because he doesn't want to get them wet.
Letting it flap in the breeze, yeah.
Well, he's gonna like
His
gonna, have
feathers,
his,
chat.
he's gonna for now have his like mage hand like hold his stuff like a coat hanger,
feathers.
and then he's gonna just go with his staff and dive into the water to go towards that little crevasse, I guess.
Okay. It's honestly easy enough to do so. I'm not gonna have you like roll me any constitution checks because again, you don't need to breathe. So it's pretty simple for you to swim through the water. The staff does kind of make it a bit like, you know, a little difficult to do, but your wings definitely help a lot in that matter. Like you're able to hold the staff with your arms and kind of swim with your wings like you would with your arms. So you eventually get down to the bottom within just a couple of moments, and you notice that this is indeed like an entrance to a small cave. It does seem to kind of fall back into the back, or falls back a bit into darkness. But with your dark vision, you're able to see there's only about like 5 feet that it goes down, and then it kind of rises up a little bit, and it appears that there might be like an air pocket or something because you can actually see like the surface of the water break.
All right, time to keep going forward. Then that seems like the place I need to go, off to the air pocket.
Okay. As you go up into the air pocket, it's actually quite small. Maybe just like a beaver or some other small rodent or something had found its way down here and made a little hovel for itself. You notice like some old sticks and branches and such, and nestled in all of that, you notice a hilt kind of sticking out, wrapped in green leather.
I'm going to look around for traces that the owner of this hovel might still be here.
You don't. Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
15.
15. You notice that like the stuff that's in here is quite aged. Like whatever may have lived in here has long since moved on. But the only thing that seems fresh or new in any way, shape, or form is this dagger.
Assuming that it must be the dagger that they were talking about, and perceiving no threat, he's just gonna grab it.
Alright, easy enough. The dagger slips out of the mud, almost like it kind of just like was stabbed in a little bit. The dagger itself is a little dirty, but once you submerge it into the water, whatever residue is on it easily washes away.
Alright, time to swim back. Easy
And
enough, I suppose.
And without any further issue, you swim
You
back
have
to the
arm
top of the
slippers.
lake, and you're able to make your way out over to your clothes, kind of shake yourself dry a little bit, and put your stuff
Yeah.
back on.
Yep, just get dressed, go back.
And now you have a free dagger.
Oh god, no! I was gonna say, oh god's got a gem on it. He'd peck at it, but it's a tooth.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. Yeah, you can definitely tell, Demovan, like when you look at, like now that you actually have a moment, like now you're out in the water and such, and you have a moment to kind of observe the dagger, you kind of notice that it's pretty beautifully crafted. The hilt of the dagger itself seems to actually have been carved from the tooth, and like that's why it was wrapped in leather, because maybe there was like some sharp jagged edges from the carving process. But you could definitely tell this is definitely the tooth of a dragon.
Can I roll like history to see if like I might be able to tell like who crafted it into a dagger? Like,
You can certainly
what kind
try.
of work would be done? Yeah.
Yeah.
Curiosity.
22.
22. You definitely know that the process to weaponize like dragon bits has been practiced for a very long time. Like basically for as long as there's been dragons, there have been humanoids that have crafted weapons from the remains of dragons. Like their hides and bones being crafted into, fire resistant armor, coming from a red dragon, or, teeth from, green dragons, in this instance being made into like poison daggers and such like that. While it is a process that is widely known and been practiced for a long time, there's not a lot of people that still remember how to do it. There's a lot of dragons now that kind of hide away in fear that they might actually be hunted and made into weapons. There are some that just like, they obviously make themselves a threat, and so when that happens, they're made into weapons and such like that too. But there's also like a lot of good dragons in the world too that fear that they may be hunted to be crafted into a weapon one day. Like your gold dragons, your silver dragons, copper, brass, etc. Like really good nature dragons that just want to help people and help civilizations sometimes get hunted by evil means so that way they can be made into weapons.
I wonder if I know how to make something like that from my time.
Yeah, actually, when I get back, can I like actually discuss that with the dwarf who would seem to understand that?
Yeah,
I
of
feel
course.
like the nature of my background, I might have rapport with dwarves, considering the plane of existence they may have made themselves home in.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I guess I'll tell dwarf when we get back about that. But I'm gonna give the dagger back to Jin now. I
Okay.
assume I'm coming up to the store as he's leaving.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, by the time you're up there, because it was a quick process of just diving down there and recovering the dagger and bringing it back up.
Seems like the
Um,
walk would have been longer.
Yeah. So yeah, by the time you get back, Jin is actually on his way, like out into the group. Ginger and Hallmack are just kind of hanging out in front of Ruby's. I'm guessing not really having found anything that caught Ginger's eye.
Nah,
But-
I don't think so either. I wouldn't think so if Ginger's already like, I already have some. I may have a few things, so I'm not really worried about it.
Yeah.
I'm
I mean, he
sitting
does
there-
have claws.
True. Either way, I'm just sitting out there, just waiting for the others, just with my arms crossed.
Okay. And yeah,
Kinda
you
looking at-
all meet back up, and I would say that Demovin kind of mentions about the dagger and the craft history that he kind of pondered for a bit to you, Hallmack. And when that happens, if you want to, you can go ahead and make a history check for me to
I
see
will,
what you know about it.
Alright, I will do a history check. I don't think I'll have any advantage to this at all, so it's just gonna be.
No, this will just be a flat one.
Yep. Alright, I rolled. Oh crap, 4.
4. It's like I was. It's not a lot of people know how to do dragon stuff. It is widely known about. Like you know about it. Like you're not like, oh my god, I've never seen a dragon. Well, you may not have actually seen a dragon-made weapon before, but you know of them, especially with you being in the smith's trade and such. But other than just knowing that they exist, you don't know anything else about it.
And I basically say that with that being said, I take a like, I've heard of stuff like that. I haven't made anything of myself, unfortunately. That's from my memory. It is a fine piece of craftsman, I will say. These items are very rare, I can tell you that. That's the information I gathered. No of them, never made any myself.
How much time do we have left before the carriage? I really want to meet this goblin.
As you actually begin to ponder that, you start hearing clip-clops of horse hooves. But if you wanted to go in there real quick, you would have time. Like it's not like you
Oh,
immediately
fine.
have to leave as soon as it shows up.
We'll be back. It's okay. I don't want to do anything selfish.
Well, I could ask Ruby about who may have tried to steal it. If we have time, but
I'll say like you all watch as like you look down towards the end of the street and you see that a horse-drawn carriage does indeed start to come up. But the guy actually like stops by in front of the apothecary first and jumps out and walks in first. So you probably have some time while they go in and set up like the package and the delivery stuff and get it like set up in the wagon. So you would have time. You would have time.
I'll wait outside. I'll just basically look like I'll basically stand outside, basically to signal of where the escort party is to escort this traveler, or this horse-drawn carriage rather.
Okay.
I look back real quick and point to Helmut and be like, "No peeking," she said, and keep walking.
I'm like, no peeking what?
At the cart.
Oh, okay. I'm like, okay, fine.
Now I want to peek.
Okay, whatever.
So Demovin and Jin, you're gonna go into Ruby's.
Yep.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Author Ruby, I need you.
And I would say too, Ginger, if you wanted to go in as well, so that way you can like officially meet Ruby as well.
Probably.
Guaranteed no catnip.
Aw.
Lots of daggers, though. I make sure I put a lot of daggers in there.
All right, so yeah, you all go ahead and hold on.
Also, on that little cart that looks like a little trolley-like thing, there's like jewelry and trinkets and stuff like that on there.
Alrighty. You all walk into Ruby's shop, and she kind of looks up at you all. She's got on like jeweler's glasses with like 3 lenses that are down, and she was like looking at something like really close. As she looks up at you all, and
Oh, welcome back in, Jin, darling. Are these your 2 other friends? Wait, what is that?
as she points at Ginger.
I've never seen a creature like that. Oh my goodness, you're so cute. Come here. I must scratch you. Come here.
Oh no. Oh no.
She actually like hops over her desk or her countertop and starts like walking over to you, like like motioning like she's gonna scratch at you. And you look as she like approaches you, this goblin wearing a sequin dress that's 2 sizes too big, an overly done red wig, and red painted construction nails that are wire tied to her fingertips, and which she is now waving menacingly at your direction, signifying that she wants to scratch you.
Ruby, wait.
Oh god. Yeah, he's gonna stand on his back legs, just be like, oh, fuck off, no.
Demovan's just gonna spread his wing out to like create like a fake wall between them.
Okay, fine. No touchies, no touchies. Welcome in. Also, beautiful wingspan. Look at that. Impressive, you. Welcome on
Why the
in,
fuck
you
is she
two.
green?
My name is Ruby. Welcome to my Rubik's. If there's anything here that you would like, just let me know. If anything catches your eye.
No, he's just gonna stand there and like twist his head around, look around the room.
Oh god.
You
This is the
see
owl.
an odd variety of odd things, just like one thing that definitely catches your eye is over in the corner you actually see what looks like a rubber duck with a bunch of arcane runes kind of drawn on it, and it's underneath like a glass dome that just kind of is what helps make it stand out so much. And there's also a note card on the front of it that says absolutely perfectly normal rubber duck that's absolutely not cursed whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
He's just gonna walk up to the duck and just kind of stare at it for a while.
It stares
he's
back
gonna
at you with what seems to be plastic beady eyes.
And he's gonna turn around and look at the storekeep and be like, "What's with the cursed duck?"
It's not cursed one bit. It's perfectly normal.
Oh yeah, prove it.
She gets up, walks over to the duck, opens up the dome, picks it out, holds it in her hand, and just squeezes it, and it goes squeak. And she puts it back down and puts the dome down and walks back over to her desk and sits down.
That is insulting to my entire kind. I love it. How much?
Oh, you're actually interested in the duck, are you? Well, I'm sure I could part with it for just about 2 silver pieces.
I don't have any shiny pebbles worth only 2 silver pieces.
Shiny pebble, as you say.
He's just gonna peck at the gem on his staff, just as kind of an indicator.
Donovan,
I see.
Ginger's gonna take the coin pouch out of the bag and just hands it to you.
Oh, money.
He does not care.
I'm just gonna toss her a gold then.
Well,
He's a
thank you
totally
very
not
much.
cursed duck.
She puts it into her register and pulls out 8 silver pieces and hands them back to you.
He just
There, you'll
declines
change.
them. He's not interested in silver pieces, only shiny pebbles.
Shiny click clacks.
Well, perhaps to you then. She motions to Ginger.
He shrugs and takes it.
Alrighty.
Is
And
how much?
enjoy the duck.
He's just gonna shove the duck kinda into Ginger's
There's a
bag.
voodoo doll in there too.
Oh God.
Ginger, you might be interested in that. We could stuff it with. Well, he didn't. He wasn't there for the catnip thing. Sorry. But yeah, there's a voodoo doll.
Yeah, you all look and there's one desk that's kind of out in the middle, or one table, I should say, quote unquote table. It's literally just two wooden boxes with a piece of wood across it. But on that wood, you see like a couple of dolls. One that looks like a ventriloquist doll. One that kind of looks like a stuffed little girl's doll. There's a stuffed teddy bear, but in the middle of them, you see a humanoid-shaped stitched doll that has red X's for eyes, and black stitching across its mouth, and a variety of needles just kind of jutting out of it.
Ginger's gonna eye the teddy bear for a little bit in terms of like how much.
The teddy bear is like a little worn a bit, and it's like one of its eyes is kind of like hanging down a bit. The leg is the foot on the like right leg is a little torn. It's got a little stuffing coming out of it. Ruby kind of looks over at it, regards it a bit, and goes,
I think we could part for that for silver.
Deal. He takes it and puts it in his bag and then hands the coin over very begrudgingly.
I love how y'all are actually buying the junk.
He has a reason. He has a
Hey,
reason.
you never
for
know
it.
when you're gonna need a not so cursed duck.
Exactly.
Well, Piggy probably knows why I'm doing the teddy bear.
Yeah, I do.
Well, thank you all very much for your patronage. It's very much appreciated.
Okay, Auntie Ruby, I need to talk to you about something. Can we?
What's on your mind, dear? What's up?
You know that beautiful dagger that you gave me?
Well, of course. Is everything all right?
Well, it disappeared, and in its place was this note, and I show it to her. But Demovin went and got it from the lake. He retrieved the dagger, so I have it back. But I was
think
wondering
a
if you
beaver
may
stole it.
know something about this.
She kind of takes the note from you and regards it a little bit, kind of squints her eyes, and
Possibly.
give me a moment. She gets down and walks over to like a book on one of her shelves that's actually in the store itself. Kind of reads it over a little bit and kind of compares a couple of things. Goes,
Yep, look at that. Sure shit. No, that's just funny. You just was visited by the trickster, is all.
What?
The trickster. It's a bit of something to do with the weave. Every now and again, it's one of those random things that just happens because of the scar, you know.
The note kind of funnily smells a little bit like liver treats.
she kind of gives it a whiff.
I would have said elderberry.
Well, it came from cat treats, so. Liver.
I get it.
Yes, but yeah, it just seems to be one of those things that just happens every now and again. Nobody really knows what it's for, but random notes like this have just been known to happen every now and again. Something precious or powerful will suddenly vanish and appear somewhere else.
Well, I mean, Demovin went and got it for me, so he rescued it back. So I still
you
have it,
very
and
much,
he
Demovin.
clutches the dagger to his chest. It's very precious. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Demovin. It's very kind of you to receive that. Thank you so much.
He's gonna lean on the counter. He's gonna kind of be like, "All right, level with me. Who made that?"
Who made the dagger? Well, unknown to me. It came in with my shipments.
That's helpful.
I see.
I actually do believe. Hold on, let me check something. And she actually goes and checks on some of her records and goes, "Aha! Yes. Apparently that dagger came from Claw City, which is the capital here of our northern trade end. Just due east of our peninsula." She comes back over.
Seems I may have to make a trip here soon. I appreciate the information.
Of course, of course. I'm glad I could help. And good luck with your mission.
Thank you.
Come on, fellow merchants. We have herbs to sell. Totally secret herbs that we may not look at.
Drugs.
The one owl video.
Alright.
All right, so you all begin to head back out, and it's at this time you actually notice that the person who drove the carriage into the city is now in the back of that carriage, kind of securing some stuff with ropes and straps and things. And you also notice like Hal Mack, who's kind of hailing you all as he's standing over by the carriage itself.
Yeah, I'm just kind of waving over with my hand over head, basically saying, "Come on, we got stuff to do." Not like that, but like I'm just like, "Come on, let's get up. Let's get a move on."
Yep.
It's like what, noon right now? Maybe
It is starting to approach, yeah, about like 11 o'clock, 11:30ish. Yeah.
Doc has the zoomies. Oh no.
It's fine. He's fine.
All right. Everything's set.
Uh-huh.
Alright,
Yep. Oh. As soon as I unmute, he starts running around again. Really, bud?
Alright, so
As we're walking toward the cart, you see Jin. He reaches down and plucks up a pebble off the road.
okay. As you all approach the carriage, you notice that 2 crates have been secured into the back. They are actually made of redwood, kind of reminiscent of the flooring for you, Jin, in Ruby's shop, and you maybe wonder if, you know, she gave over some of the extra redwood that she had for it. But one thing that you do notice is that the boxes, while they are like tied down to the carriage itself with ropes, the lids of them, while they are like nailed shut, they also have like seals of parchment that seem to be attached to them with wax and substance of some sort, like just kind of covering some of like every single edge of the top. And upon a closer look, you notice that there's actually like arcane runes that are inscribed, or at least like drawn on these slips of paper, like all across these the cargo itself. As you all approach, the cabin, or the carriage driver himself, kind of looks up and regards you all and says, "Morning. Y'all the ones gonna be taking this here carriage?"
I nod.
Yes. Do I know him?
You do not recognize this person, no.
Are you coming
Alrighty.
with us, or are you staying here?
Well, I'll be staying here and heading my own way back. I got some transportation coming to get me. When y'all get to Smithson, just leave the carriage at the stables. It's where it will be ended up. Also, I was told to inform y'all that the delivery pay will be taken care of by Smithson, so y'all won't have to necessarily be heading straight back here.
Good to know. Thank you.
I love this closed captioning sometimes. Beheading straight back hair.
I had to turn it off. It was very distracting.
It's so fun. I love it. It's hilarious. But yeah, so basically he just informs you all that you don't need to bring the carriage back here. You don't have to return back to Armgard unless you got some reason to come back here. But yeah, your pay and everything will be taken care of at Smithson.
Jin, you mind taking the reins? I'll sit alongside you, and it's just, you know, seem to know the land so well.
So he hops up and sits on the seat and kind of locks his legs underneath the plank since it's too tall for him.
And you do know too that yeah, Smithson is due south of Armgard. So there's only one road that leads south out of here, and that is that one main road that has also been plagued by the bandits and such like that. So
I
We're
I
off
just
to
feel
kill
I'm
bandits.
I'm just off. I just basically go alongside Jin and pull and unlatch my crossbow from my backpack and just sit with it ready. Basically, you know, like how a coach gun would be in the 1400s for
Okay.
or carriage.
Sounds good. Sounds good. And
So is it the one in the middle?
um oh wait, yeah, there's a couple roads leading out now and there. Yeah, we'll say the one that's in the middle. We'll say the one that's like off on the side is the one that's kind of like it's leading more west. Like it starts off south, but it kind of curves off and goes west after a while.
That's the one on the back roads, the one road I came out in on. So that's kind of where I came from, taking the back roads from my introduction. So
Yeah, when you first
Yeah,
came in, you
sure.
came in from that southeastern road, but that's just because you had to go through so many like back end trails and game trails that you eventually got to that road and came in through that way.
yeah,
And the middle
Okay.
one's thicker too.
Yeah.
Lighter trees. And...
Thicker. Yeah. All right. So you all go ahead and get into the carriage. The front of the carriage is only like enough room for 2 people, so Jin and a Hallmac would be in the front, and then Demovin and Ginger would have to be in the back riding with the cargo. But there
I'm
are
perched on
like,
top of the cargo.
or perched on top of the cargo too. That works too. But there are like benches along the side of the cart, so if you needed to like take a seat or lay out on them, you can.
I'm
But-
thinking about this like this cart looks like one of the carts that you see in Skyrim when you first ride into Helgen. That basically has those 2 benches on the side and has a center area that has
Hey, you-
it, and maybe have a. That's
Finally
kind of
awake.
God.
That's kind of how I imagine this cart looks like.
All right. So, Jin, you're gonna be the one driving the carriage.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and give me animal handling check.
Oh.
Oh, wish me luck, guys.
Don't kill
oh,
us.
I will actually say make it with advantage since these horses are very domesticated and docile.
let's see here. 7. I
So,
rolled a 4 and a 3.
so you take up the reins in both hands and just kind of feel like you get put on the spot for a moment as Halmax's like, yeah, you go ahead and drive and I'll cover you. And as he starts talking, he just kind of goes into womp, 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 womp noise as you just kind of look at the reins in your hands and then you look up at the horses and go, oh, fuck. And you just kind of wiggle the reins a little bit and go, yo, giddy up. After a while, you kind of just like start making different motions and you kind of like jerk your hands a bit and go, yeah. And the horses take that as enough of a signal to eventually start to lurch forward and take off. But as you're doing it, you kind of take a moment and look around, and the guy who drove the carriage in kind of catches your eye, and he just kind of shakes his head and goes, they're doomed.
No. Oh.
Oh yeah, the horses just can't take off without the cart. But after a while, you begin to navigate the horses a little bit to start taking on to the south road, and after a while, they just kind of go off on their own pace as the town behind you just kind of begins to drown out and fade away. The open grasslands and plains start to begin to open into more thick and sturdy forests. You start to hear all of the birds and insects chirping, and Ginger, your eyes are just like going wide right now as you look around in just complete awe at just the beautiful nature that has kind of presented itself to you. You're taking a moment to just kind of just absorb it all in, and it just awe inspires you to see all of this abundant nature, all of this life. You see squirrels jumping through the trees instead of being locked up in cages. You see towering, twisted, gnarled branches instead of broken windows and ruined skyscrapers. It's just it's something truly to behold, and you just kind of get lost in it as the cart just kind of trails along. Demovin, you just kind of take a moment to kind of ponder the situation. This weird person that just kind of popped out of nowhere. You try to search your own memory and try to think if there's ever anything that you can remember about, you know, the situation and what's going on. You try and remember even the last time you even rode in a cart, trying to piece it all together. And Hallmack, you find yourself very appreciative to be in the front of the cart instead of the back, like you were at the beginning of this. This much smoother ride is just allows you to really bring in the abundant, beautiful joy that is this forest trail. Hold on 1 second. Where is it? There it is.
The music I put on for this really helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine switched over to a different song and it fit really well. This is when you started talking about like Ginger's thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm glad your guys' music helped. Mine randomly switched to the fight theme from Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh jeez.
Kind of hard attack.
And Jin, you are kind of shitting bricks. You're scared. These beasts are big. Like you got two horses that are pulling this carriage, and they are like the big Highland type horses. You know, like big furry fur like down by the hooves. They're just like big, massive, like pulling horses. They're going at a steady pace, and it's not too fast, but you just keep picturing in your mind them just like breaking off into a run or something, and you're just like gripping these reins with a death grip. But that's when, as you all are going along and everything is just peaceful, suddenly everything falls quiet. The birds stop chirping. The insects stop buzzing. And you hear off in the distance a roar.
I take my finger off off of, like, you know how you would have firearm safety. I grip I move my finger off of the trigger guard and move it towards the trigger after I hear that.
You all take a moment, and even the horses kind of stop and panic a bit. And Jin, you kind of, tense up a little bit as the horses kind of rear and
Oh shit!
like they start panicking a little bit and start huffing. But after a while, they kind of calm down and continue on.
It is at this point that Demovin's actually going to fly into the air and follow the carriage from above.
Okay, give me a perception check, Demovin.
Show off.
That's an 11.
You kind of don't really notice anything at first. You do see some things, like what you imagine to be like a couple of birds that are flying away. There's this one particular bird that's kind of larger that kind of draws your eye a bit, but you don't really pay much attention to it as you just kind of fly there and kind of observe a bit. But then you hear it at the same time as everybody else hears it. You hear the beat of massive wings. And your heart kind of sinks a bit, and you look over, and what you thought at first was a slightly larger bird than the others, turns out it's not that. And when you see what it is, you can't help but panic a little bit on the inside, Demovin. because as you watch, or as you look, you actually see flying and beelining into your direction a massive red dragon.
Oh shit.
I am already dead. I would make the worst meal. You want indigestion? Do it.
So you're gonna see it before the party. The party starts hearing the massive beat of the wings, but they don't see it because they're down on the ground and they got like the trees that are kind of breaking that line of sight, and so they can't see what's coming. Do you go and tell them?
You said it's coming towards me, right?
It's flying towards all of you, yes, and it's staring at you.
At me.
Yes.
I'm gonna go away from them.
Wow.
You're gonna fly away from the party?
I am.
Okay.
Oh shit.
So
Where'd he go?
You start. You all like. I would say Ginger is probably the one that's kind of keeping an eye on Demovin, just being like, "Wow, I bet he got like a really good view." You kind of notice him kind of like stutter a little, like his flight pattern just kind of gets a little bit erratic, and then he just starts taking off. And that's when you start hearing louder that woof, 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 getting closer and closer.
He's gonna like just yell at you like, what's that?
I pipe up and I'm saying, I'm not sure, as I'm literally aiming my crossbow out, just in some direction, up and down, trying to see what's
Okay.
going on.
As you're doing that, it doesn't take long for the shadow of this massive dragon to fall over you all. And as he flies over this slight clearing that you are at, but I have in the map there squares for you all. Actually, I can make that a little bit bigger. Let me make that bigger for you all. Work with me here. Oh, it's not a perfect. Okay, we'll do it like that. Okay. As this dragon flies overhead, he actually takes a moment and like looks down at the carriage. And Demovin, you actually watch him tilt his wings as he goes into a turn and begins to descend down to where the carriage is.
And
He's
I
actually not looking at me. I thought I was gonna lead him away.
He
Go back.
he noticed the carriage.
I guess I'm going back.
Okay.
I'm gonna fly above everything though.
Do I notice this dragon barreling towards me? Or our carriage?
You do notice this dragon as it lands directly in front of the carriage in a massive dirt flies up, dust begins to like fly everywhere. The horses rear up and screech and it begin to whinny and everything as this massive dragon just lands right in front of you all. He roars his head in the air and looks down at you all, his eyes just burning with a fiery rage.
I fire my crossbow.
Fools!
I
You are now in my territory. Behold the terror of Gregory, the Molten Fury.
Gregory.
As he roars his head up in the air and the smoke and fire just billows out of his mouth. He looks down at you all. This territory belongs to me now. You will make wonderful sacrifices to build my kingdom. Everything that is yours is now Gregory's.
I fire my crossbow. I'm literally in full fear.
Roll initiative, Hallmack.
Oh no. Yeah, Ginger's just kind of chuckling, like snickering at the name Gregory.
13.
13. Actually, you do pull off the shot first, so go ahead and make an attack roll.
I didn't add my dexterity score. That's 13 plus 3, so it'll be 16 actually. Either way.
Oh, so that was for
whatever.
initiative. Yes, so that was for initiative roll. But go ahead and make your attack roll with the crossbow now. So you're gonna make your attack roll, add your proficiency and your dexterity.
Okay, so let's see. That's a D20, right?
Mhm.
And okay. D20, 19.
Nice,
plus, plus dexterity will be 19. 20, 20, 21 from the dexterity, and then attack bonus will be plus 5. Shit. That'll be 20. Quick math? Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Go ahead. That definitely is going to hit. So go ahead and roll your damage. You all watch as almost instinctively Hallmack just raises the crossbow and immediately fires, as this threatening visage of a full-sized adult red dragon is threatening you all. And it's about
Jin
this
yells
time.
out, "No!"
It's about this time, Demovin, that you would be back at the party.
Rolling for damage right now, and that is 3. Okay.
Okay. 3
Look at-
points
you got
of
big
piercing
scales.
damage against Gregory. Roar! Fools! Eat! Roar! And as he expels his breath weapon, the entire area gets filled with just fire and brimstone. I need all of you to make dexterity saving throws, including the horses.
Oh, gosh.
So glad I'm above all of this.
Oh no, it hits
Now.
you too.
I said I was above.
It's a cone, my friend. It hits an entire area.
I got a nat 20.
Okay.
Okay,
Um, I have a. Wow, I have 19 adding everything up. Not bad.
got a
Alright.
23.
Okay. Jin?
13.
13. Okay. The horses rolled a 9 and a 2. So, everybody except the horses succeed. That being said, everybody who succeeded on their dexterity saving throw, which is all the players, you suffer 1 point of fire damage. The horses suffer 2 and are fine.
Ginger
You all
literally
take a moment,
sneezes
it's
after
cringe
death.
as this fire just envelops over you and slightly singes your eyebrows. You take a moment and you're like, what? And you look up at the dragon and he looks almost as surprised as you. Everybody roll initiative.
Okay.
I want Ginger to snicker, be like, my boyfriend does worse damage than you.
14.
What the fuck?
Hey, Piggy, do I still have to roll initiative? You know I already rolled earlier. or
Yeah,
no?
so your initiative roll was to see if your attack went before the dragon's, because the dragon was actually preparing to do a breath weapon. But you actually pulled the trigger first, so now you're actually doing initiative, and that is like battle order.
Got it. Oh, fuck. Okay, 2.
I got a 15.
5. 5 total.
Okay.
12.
Luckily,
And
initiative
Demovan?
is the thing you want to roll.
Mine was a 14.
Okay, so you all are actually going to be taking your actions before the dragon. And because this is a way that I am going to be ruling my combat initiatives. Anytime that party members or enemies are grouped together in initiative order, you all can take your actions at basically the same time, and you all can discuss what you want to do during your turns. So all of you at this point can now decide what you want to do with your characters.
Okay,
in
I
this
want.
combat.
I think Gregory. He ain't all that. What if
He's
you try to
compensating.
convince him to go after the bandits instead of us? Because there's more of them.
More sacrifices.
Exactly.
Okay, so Jin
we
wants to
can
try
play
and...
into what he wants.
I did kind of just shoot at his face.
Oh, it hit his neck.
Oh, okay. Well, I aimed somewhere.
Face
I
adjacent.
hit him.
Face it, Jason.
I mean, I'm still impressed that even I'm still impressed with myself how I made a lightning fast reflex shot after for instincts rather.
Yeah.
I jump off the cart. I jump off the cart too, and draw my sword.
Okay.
This is where we discuss. We're still discussing. I don't think we should attack him.
I'm really good at perceiving things. I could convince him that since I've already been burned to death once, that I'm protecting everything here from being burned again.
And I have very high charisma.
I guess I'll let
And
Dove and
persuasion.
Jin do their talking first. I'm just gonna be. I mean, we're kind of our initiative too. I don't really. We're all under attack. So I don't
What's
know.
your my skill is at a +6 for persuasion.
Goddamn.
Mine's a +5, but my deception is +7.
Okay, you go.
I can definitely, yeah, that's
You
what
go.
I'm gonna do. I'm gonna shout at the dragon to wait and be like, "Your fire is meaningless here. Do you not see me? Did you not see that I have already burned once? These people are under my protection, and under my protection, fire shall do them no harm. But up ahead, there are bandits. Bandits that do not fall under my protection. Bandits that would make fine trophies for a dragon as majestic as you."
Hold on.
So fucked.
That could either be good or bad.
So Gregory kind of like squints his eyes and brings his snout closer to you, and then he grins and chuckles. "The fools are literally quaking in their boots at the absolute power of Gregory. You're trying to deceive me. You don't want to die, and you're trying to parlay for your life. Fool, I am a powerful dragon now. I wished for this visage that you see before you, and the power of that scroll rejuvenated me into a brand new life. You all were sacrifices meaningless in the name of Gregory the
Can you be
Infurious."
so sure?
Okay, I'm gonna step forward and say, well, what scroll?
Okay, so I have this rule, okay, when it comes to combat, that when somebody makes an attack roll and they roll a natural 1, their target, if it's in melee range, can make an attack of opportunity against the target because they fumbled so badly. Guess who just rolled a natural 1 on their attack?
But I don't want to attack him. I want to give
No,
him to
he's
go eat
attacking
the bandits.
Demovin. The dragon is attacking Demovin and rolled a natural 1. So he opens up his jaws and goes to take a bite at you, Demovin, but misses wildly so bad that you actually see an open opportunity to make an attack. Would you like to?
Yeah, actually, this seems like a really good time to shove an Eldritch Blast in his face if he wants to be so feisty.
All right.
Oh god, I have a heartburn.
I'll allow it. Normally you would do like just a normal melee attack for attack of opportunities, but because of this instance, I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
You're right. I do have a quarterstaff. I can bonk him.
Just like the way I see it is like he goes to bite at you, but you fly off to the side, and his jaws just like snap shut where you were, and when you look back, you just see his eyeball just begging for a staff to be jutted into it.
Oh yeah, I do have this like pokey bit on my staff. Don't worry. I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's do that. Let's poke him in the eyeball.
Okay, make your
Call him
attack roll.
rude.
RoboFish says, well, if you kill this guy, you can get another swanky dragon tooth blade.
It's only an 11. It's not gonna do anything.
11 overall.
Yeah.
Okay, that actually hits.
Oh boy.
Gregory isn't so fearsome.
7 damage.
All right, 7 points of damage to Gregory. Gregory is bloodied.
Oh
wow.
Going to call him rude.
So, Hallmack, what that means is when I say that a creature becomes bloody, that means that they have hit half health, and you can actually start seeing visible wounds on them, like start to grow, like they're actually starting to suffer from the wound, like the strain of battle, And like some characters might actually get, or some creatures might actually get bonuses or boosts from becoming bloodied and such like that, or might also get penalties from it as well. But yeah, as you jut your staff into his eyeball, it almost ruptures as it just just bursts in this like black and reddish liquid that just kind of melts down his face. He roars back, half blinded and just injured from like the crossbow bolt that's still like jutting out of his neck and everything. The worms fight back.
We tried being peaceful with you. I just want to say, offered you a grand feast somewhere else. You wanted to eat my staff.
He wanted to get a better look.
Anybody
Pegu,
else want to make attacks?
I will. Pegu, how does it cost me an action to draw my sword? From me using my crossbow?
It's a bonus action is the way I rule it. But you already did that when you like hopped down from the thing, and that happened a while ago. To the point where like you hopped out of the cart and drew your sword, but then the dragon went up to Demovin, did his attack and everything. So it's almost like a turn had passed. So you have your sword in hand and ready.
Can I have my shield out too? Or
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I go to slash the. I go run up and slash the dragon.
Okay. Go ahead and make an attack roll. Ginger, is there anything you wanted to do? Other than just be like shitting yourself because you're literally looking at a fucking dragon. You only saw a dragon in a comic book once. And it was blue.
I rolled a 13. Actually, hold up. 13 plus 5. Wait, do I add my attack bonus or my strength bonus?
Yeah, it's so the attack bonus itself should be like your strength plus your proficiency. So when you make your attack roll, just put in that number there.
Okay, so quick math just to make sure I'm actually correct. I got a 20 basically, and then I'm gonna roll for damage, which is a D8, which is a diamond dice. 6.
All right, yeah, he is looking in bad shape as you go and slash against him. You, as a smith, are accustomed to seeing dragon scale, or at least like making scale mail, which is reminiscent to dragon scale, which is rumored to be as hard as metal. As you slash through this, it's almost like you're slashing through fur. There is absolutely no resistance to these scales whatsoever. It's like you're just slashing into just pure flesh. And when you slash in, your sword goes in quite deep and cuts quite a large amount out of this dragon. Like as your blade comes out the other side, the ground splashes in dragon blood.
Interesting. That's very interesting.
And he roars again. This time he's just in so much pain that he can't even make words at this point. He's on like death's door. He's very close to death at this point. He's just screaming and almost flailing out at this point. Ginger, Jin, you both can make actions before the dragon's next turn.
Okay, am I on the same side as Demovin, or am I on the other side?
You are still sitting in the cart, so you're like in the driver's seat of the cart. You have not moved from there.
Well, I'm wondering which side of his head I'm on.
Oh, of Demovin? Or
No,
the dragon? Oh, you're like underneath the dragon. Like the dragon is like kind of sitting on the ground, and he's like leaning over the cart and was conversing with Demovin and made a bite at him, and then Hallmack came and slashed at his leg. And so you kind of like have his neck over you and like belly and such in front of the cart.
Alright, I'm gonna raise up my hand and cast Eldritch Blast.
Okay, go ahead and make your attack roll.
I just imagine how Ginger's just in awe of our prowess of firing magic from our fingertips and literally having, I wouldn't say total fear of a dragon, but completely leaping in out of an instinct.
Yeah.
Well, he's more confused by the magic, and that he's like, what the fuck? It's like, dragons are real?
And you're literally just seeing seeing Devilman, Jin and Halmack just completely like going in at it.
I rolled a 17.
A 17. Oh yeah, that definitely
17
hits.
to
Roll your
hit.
damage.
And let me grab my 1d10. That's not it.
Pigu, also stupid question. Attack bonuses, does that refer to damage too? or
9.
No.
No, the damage bonus is going to be just your strength. So
Okay.
like whatever you roll on the
Damage die?
yeah, well, on the D8 would be D8 plus strength mod. So plus
Okay.
5.
I did not even add that, so, but it's probably already past my turn, so I'm not even gonna bother.
It's fine. Well, it's fine. What did you hit, Jin?
8.
8. Oh yeah, that's definitely gonna do it. So you all watch as Jin, you raise your hand and summon forth the Eldritch Blast and pulse out this purplish black energy. It strikes against the chest of this dragon and almost seems to burst the entire dragon like a water balloon. The entire dragon just explodes in blood, some of which does fall on Hallmack. And just kind of the rest of it just kind of envelops the trail and such. But you all notice that inside this blood is the visage of a small man, a small elven male dressed in peasant-like clothing that just kind of. But I don't understand. I made the wish. You're supposed to make me a dragon. And he dies.
Yeah. Gross.
I go up to, although I'm just completely drenched and covered in blood, I go up to the body of this man that I literally all of a sudden just see come down. It was once a dragon at some point. I'm like, and I just go up to inspect it, and just to make sense of what the hell just happened.
I'm
Like,
going
damn it,
to
I was
loot
hoping
the
for
body.
dragon parts we could sell.
What was that, Demovan?
I'm going to loot the body. He may look at it, but I'm just gonna get up in there. I'm gonna see what this man was about.
Okay, Demovan, give me an investigation check. Hallmack, give me an arcana check.
Okay.
Ian just climbs back up in the cart.
21.
21. You find 2 copper pieces and a iron fork.
I rolled a 5.
A 5. You have absolutely no idea what the fuck just happened. He mentioned something about wish. That's the only thing that really stands out to
And
you.
a scroll.
At the mention of that word, Demovan just seems very, very interested.
Yeah.
You just tilt your head like an owl would, like, what? Just
A full 90
He's
degree
like
angle.
scouring this man's body for like any kind of note, any kind of anything.
There's really nothing else on him other than the 2 copper pieces and a iron fork. And it's a 2-pronged fork at that. This guy apparently, like, you can tell from his clothes and the look of the man, like, is he kind of like look over the body a little bit more, like, surely there's more, surely there's more. Like, you look for him, look for more, but the only thing is that you keep looking is just more and more sadness. This guy seems to have been impoverished. His hands are calloused, cut up. Definitely the hands of a worker person. His shoes can't even really be hardly called shoes. They're falling apart. They're closer to being burlap sacks tied together with rope. And his clothes are very scratchy and itchy, almost as if they were made at home out of hay. This person, and even his hair is natty, gnarled, and might have a couple of lice in it or two.
Yeah.
Ew.
This person seems to just be a normal Joe Schmo peasant, maybe a farmer, who maybe just happened to come across greatness and used it
I
the
inspect the
wrong way.
horses to see if they're relatively okay, if we're still able to ride.
Go ahead and give me an animal handling check, Halmack.
Oh no.
Oh fuck. 5 plus 6.
I just read what RoboFish said. Being named Gregory leads people to the darkest places.
Yeah.
Uh,
Gregory. Have you heard of the hit game Among Us?
that's not a bad idea there, Strife. Not a bad idea.
But no, I rolled a 6.
Yeah, but he killed our
A
horses.
6. The horses, while they are rattled, they're kind of spooked. Like you notice that like the general calmness of the forest is slowly starting to return. Like you start hearing the birds coming back and the bugs start to buzz again. It just seemed like maybe the presence of a gigantic predator just spooked everything away and just put a general sense of fear over the forest. And the horses kind of picked up on that. Gregory himself definitely spooked the horses with him being very loud and boisterous and big, but that loud, boisterous, big thing is not there anymore. So they're slowly calming down, but they're hoofing, they're stamping their feet, they're kind of whinnying a little bit, tossing their heads back and forth. It takes you a good while, but eventually they do start to calm down.
The hell am I gonna get them back?
No, they're okay. They're there. They're at the cart. They did not run away. They stayed there the
okay.
whole time. Which
I think somebody else should probably drive now.
which everybody except Ginger. Give me a nature check, by the way.
Me?
Yeah, everybody
Everybody?
except for Ginger. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, Ginger, you're not from this world.
Ginger don't know shit.
Yep.
Oh, I got a nat 1.
You're like Ginger's just in the back of the cart, dumb face, going, "That was a fucking dragon, and now it's a guy. What the fuck?"
What is with this world?
I rolled a 9.
Okay.
13.
13. The only one that's kind of left perplexed about this whole thing, I would say, is Jin. Because, Jin, you've heard a lot about dragons, or at least read. You know, they're fascinating. They're magical creatures, and, you know, magical creatures of a magical lineage definitely interests you. So you definitely studied a little bit on dragons, and one thing that you know that makes them so terrifying is that dragons are supposed to have this presence about them, that just them being there is enough to send, you know, any kind of beast running away in fear and fright. Most men would turn tail in fear and fright. You did not feel that. In fact, the horses never ran away. The only reason why the birds and the bugs scattered away, and you know this because of the nature check, is because, again, it was the presence of a gigantic predator. And any presence of a gigantic predator is going to cause smaller wildlife to run for the fucking hills. So it wasn't the dragon's magical presence, per se, that caused that. It was just that it being there in its own natural presence caused that. But you've heard tales of people having to literally test the limits of their own courage just to even be able to attack a dragon. And you did it as if it was a rat.
I mean, I shot a crossbow bolt of no issue. I
Yeah.
bullseyed it directly in its neck.
Yeah, I was like, no, wait, something's not right here.
Yeah.
Especially the whole Gregory thing. I mean,
Gregory.
Yeah, when it called himself Gregory, I was like, maybe we're doing the wrong thing here.
Y'all picked the wrong trail, even though the DM said, no, y'all are going down this one.
It's the only one.
I feel like maybe he should have just listened to me. This all could have been avoided.
yeah, but instead of insulting him, try a little charm. Sometimes that helps.
I didn't insult him. I called him a mighty dragon. What more can you say?
Yeah, he actually said, like, you actually tried to flatter the dragon, but the dragon, like, I did an insight check on it, but I was like, if he rolls pathetically low, then it's going to be like, he actually thinks that they're trying to, like, beg for their life. Motherfucker rolled a 2. So he was just like, oh, he so failed that insight check that he took it in the completely opposite way. He seriously thought you were begging for your life.
Man,
Okay, so that was my
for his
confusion there, then.
apparently.
Gregory is not a smart man.
No.
Or was. Excuse me. He dead now.
Rip.
Now he suffered Eldritch Blast and a whole entire
Ah.
slashing to the neck.
He took a staff to the eyeball, a freaking crossbow bolt to the neck, and an eldritch blast to the heart.
Oh yeah, question. Does my staff come out easily, or do I like gotta
Oh, yeah,
pry
no.
his eyeball out with it?
Oh yeah, no. Your staff came out. Like I said, the eyeball pretty much like ruptured, like just like the rest of the dragon did, where it just kind of like popped like a water balloon. The same thing happened with the eyeball. It just kind of popped and oozed out. You have a little bit of like sludge on your staff, but it like just like shaking it off or dipping it in some water will clean it off.
I noticed that there's
Ah,
a river on the map.
gross.
Is that
I'm
possible?
gonna wipe it off on Gregory.
Does anybody have
Wipe it off on
precipitation?
Love it.
Is that river on the map actually there? Out of curiosity?
Yeah, it is a small creek that's kind of running adjacent to the trail in this area.
I go over there to wash I go over there to wash off my face and at least to take off the little bit of blood on my
Yes.
chainmail.
It's kind of the reason why I chose this. It's going to become a running thing where Hallmark just somehow always gets covered in blood.
Because all the reference art we got was bloody.
I'm not bloody. I'm just covered in somebody else's blood.
Yeah.
2 insight immediately followed by a 1 attack. What were this man's stats? No, that's what the dice made him roll. Robofish. That's what the dice made him roll. Yeah.
That was a. I guess after the horses calmed down, I offered to take the reins from Jin and see if we can continue
Yeah,
on.
it does take a little time for the horses to calm down. I would say during this time, Hallmack and Jin, you do start, like, your tummy starts to grumble just a little bit. Ginger, you are slightly peckish, but you had those sausages back in the jail cell. But that was like the first thing that you had eaten in like 3 days, and the last meal that you had before that was some dried fish rations that tasted like pure salt.
Ew.
So the sausage links were actually really delicious. They were well seasoned, especially because of that town with Lady Ivy and all of the precious herbs and everything that she had raised up. It was seasoned exceptionally well, and it's probably the best meal that you've had in that you can even remember. But so you did eat those sausages, and you know we're tided over by that. But you're starting to get a little bit peckish. But it is at about this time that it is starting to get to about like noon-ish. So those who need to eat do begin to hunger.
I will take a ration out of the bag that I go to the car and go into that bag that Trilla gave me and grab a little snack out of there, at least to calm my hunger.
Yeah, I'll grab a ration too, so we should keep going.
All right, Ginger, are you gonna grab one as well?
He's good for now.
Okay, so just go ahead and mark off 2 rations from the supply on that pack,
Okay.
and after
how much
y'all,
did that
go ahead.
how much did that ration pack have? In
10.
it? Okay, 10. All right,
Yeah, so we have.
I have
13
personal
now.
rations as well if we need them.
Yeah.
I was
Came
gonna
in
mark
my
that.
explorer's pack.
I'll mark that that bag down to not 8 because I believe I guess it's in a cart, so I guess I won't really mark it down. I'll just mark it down on this piece of paper next to me. All right. I'll just keep track of it.
I would actually say, like, all of you definitely do get, like, rations as, like, as part of your adventuring gear pack and, like, the
Yeah.
start of your class. The only person that does not apply to is Demovin, because Demovin doesn't have to eat, so Demovin definitely would have traded them for gems. Some precious
Yeah.
click-clacks.
Click clacks.
Yeah, definitely need those.
Do
Definitely.
you
need
eat
those.
them?
Maybe. Maybe I need to give them to somebody else who eats them.
But yeah,
Jim
so
picks up another pebble, and you see him hold them in his hand, and he mutters a few words, and then puts the pebbles in his pocket.
They were the shiny variety. I need to know this. This is cool.
Nope, just
Question.
regular little pebbles.
Fyram, I'm not sure what you're asking there, but no, not 55 gifted subs. Good lord, no. I would shit a brick if somebody did that.
Becca, it's talking about like at the top.
If you're talking about the incentive menu that's above my head, no, that's just a way for the chat and community to be able to kind of help and interact a little bit with the party and the game. Any donations of 100 to 400 bits will provide healing potions to the party. 500 bits or subs will cause me to do a roll on the chaos table, and anything that's $20 or more, like you had to spend $20 or more in order to do, will purchase what I call a Bane or Boon brisket, where you get to choose whether you actually aid or curse the party.
I think he was talking about the top.
Oh, up at the top. Oh,
top
that's
right, in the
overall.
chat.
Yes, that is overall. Yeah. Becca671 is the current leader of gifted subs with 55 in total. But yeah, that's since I've been streaming. Sorry.
With me slowly trailing behind.
Yeah. And I'm very grateful for each and every single one of y'all. Y'all are awesome, and I love y'all.
Love you too, my friend.
But so y'all take a moment and finish up your lunch break and get tidied over and everything. At about this time, the horses are definitely calming down. They're actually they pulled the cart up a little bit to get over to the creek, where they actually take a moment to start drinking, and they start grazing at some nearby grass that's kind of right next to it as well. But after a while, who's decided that they wanted to take up the reins?
I'll take the reins. Jin, do you
Okay.
have any? You want to carry my crossbow? Or are you good?
I'm good.
All right.
Okay.
I'm out my crossbow in my backpack after I basically dropped it during the fight, and sheath my sword, and we move on.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and give me an animal handling check, please.
On dice. Off. Wait, hold up. Yeah. Oh fuck! It's a natural one.
Oh,
no.
shit. So you go yeah, and the horses just continue grazing.
Can I try again?
I know the feeling so well.
so
I would like to try.
There have been so
does
many low
anybody know
rolls
how to
this
deal with it?
campaign, I swear. Alright, so Demovin, you climb into the
Okay, the
front
two
seat.
non-animals have failed their rolls.
I tried. I tried to see
Oh,
some
wait.
I tried to see some Demovan. I'm like, you want to try? If you want to try, go right ahead.
I rolled a 12.
Whoa!
There we go.
Fyram! Holy shit, thank you!
Fiam for
Oh,
Gus
boy.
just cheered 1,000.
Oh, look at that pig.
Oh, that's 2 rolls. That is 2 rolls in the chaos table.
Oh,
Fyram,
no.
you can choose whether you would like to, we can do one now, and if you would like to, I can roll the second one as well, or we can wait until later on to do that second one.
We don't have to go so far. It could just be 10 potions.
Oh no.
Fyram, it is your choice, my friend.
Nervous sweating. Nervous sweating.
But while we're waiting for that, Demovin, go ahead and give me an animal handling check while you go and try to get the horses to take off.
I think you're.
Well, would like to bless and curse.
Ooh.
Oh, the that's for the Bane or Boon. That's for anything that's $20
It
or
was
more.
wording. It was wording. Look at what they said.
Oh,
I want
I would
one
like to do
chaos,
one
but then
chaos
5
and-
potions.
okay. I see it. Okay, I get it now. All right. So, Ginger,
Thank you for the potions.
your bag begins to shake a little bit, and the opening of it, or the top of it, just kind of opens on its own, and 5 healing potions just kind of spill out of the bag.
What the fuck is that?
Okay, that's
Poor
what we
Ginger.
rolled. We rolled a 33.
You're so confused.
Oh, good luck with your raid.
I need everybody to make a perception check, please. And Fire'em, thank you so much for the 1,000 biddies. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And yes, good luck on your raid, my friend. But everybody give me a perception check, please.
Got a 9.
17.
Okay.
13 for me.
Okay.
8.
Okay, so only Demovin and Hallmack hear this. Ruin. Everything will die. Everyone will die. This forest will die. You're going to die.
Joke's on you, weird voice in my head. I'm already dead.
Disaster. Ruin. Catastrophe. That's it.
Oh.
I did
I
not
don't
hear
like
this.
those words.
No,
I don't
Jin
like
and
those last
Ginger, you
three
did not
words.
hear this. Only
The way my
Demovin and
music turned
Hallmack did.
eerie after you finished that.
Yeah, only Demovin and Hallmack heard that.
I stand up and start looking around, trying to figure out what the hell.
Make a
Ah!
perception check.
19 plus okay, plus 3.
You take a moment and you look around to see if anything kind of stands out of the ordinary, and the only thing that you noticed is a squirrel up on the branch chewing an acorn that's vaguely looking in your direction.
I look at the squirrel. I just stare at the squirrel.
It just kind of chews the acorn, not really like paying attention to you or regarding you in any sense. He's just chewing away on his meal. After a while, he kind of drops it and sniffs around a bit and then scurries up the tree out of sight.
I just sit back down and wait for the cart to move.
Can I notice that he's acting strange too?
Yeah, you definitely notice that Hallmack like stands up sharply and starts looking around and stares at a squirrel for a couple seconds before it runs off.
Ah, you heard it too.
I heard something.
Strange voices in our heads, friend. Can't be sure we're not going insane.
I really would not like to.
What?
I felt like I heard something. I don't know where it came from though.
I didn't hear anything. What did you hear?
Something about death and
It was
ruin.
a very spooky voice that told us we were all gonna die and that the forest was gonna die, and yeah, but I'm already dead, so what do I care?
Yeah, everything dies eventually.
You're already dead?
Is it not obvious?
I guess
Yeah,
you made a
Jin's
point.
eyes get as wide as they can.
When Demovin turns his head to say this to you, Ginger, a feather just kind of like flies off of his side of his head, just kind of flutters down to the ground.
He bats out a little bit.
So
I
do you
guess
know
take with
which
that information on what it is.
direction it came from? Why didn't I hear it?
It was in our heads.
I'm
you
glad
think
it's not
so.
in my head.
Maybe it was, but maybe you weren't paying enough attention.
Bum bum
Yeah, I-
bum.
No, I just had a
Let's move on.
sucky drawl. That's all. Damn it.
Let's move on.
Yeah, time to go.
All right, Demovin,
Okay,
go
Jin's
ahead
gonna sit on
and
top
did
of
you
the bed.
already make that animal handling check? And if so, what was
Yeah,
it
it was a
again?
12. It
A
was
12. Okay, yeah, that's good enough. After
He's
a
not
while,
even gonna like whip the reins or anything. He's just gonna be like, "All right, we need to go now."
yeah, I was gonna say you actually kind of make like a couple of clicking noises where you just kind of go at the horses and they just kind of and start walking on their own down the trail.
Yeah, man, why don't we just take a train? It'd be so much faster.
The
What? A
What's
what?
a train?
Y'all don't know what
Is it some
trains
kind of
are?
animal?
No, it's a
No.
big wooden box on like
A big wooden box. You move around in big wooden boxes.
yeah, like
How
one
do
of
you
them has,
carry
like, You
Do you
don't.
ride it
has
on the back of? Is it like on the back of a troll?
No. You go inside the box, and like the engine like propels the box forward on the tracks.
What?
This is some strange
Tracks.
witchcraft friend.
Like footprints? Tracks?
Oh god. No, it's like these metal beam things. I don't know how they're made. I just know that they're
Metal
fast.
beams. You mean like spears? You
Huh?
ride around in big wooden boxes on spears.
I am loving this so much.
Oh my god. She's just like, how the fuck do I explain this?
Jin crawls on top of where the stuff is, so he can get like a higher vantage point because he's so short. So
But no,
right,
trains are pretty much like what we're doing now, except you don't have to do anything.
also
Automated
it moves. It's a
carriages.
big box that moves with magic.
No, it moves with engineering.
What's that?
Oh.
It's like what a hand crank would use in a massive forge or something like that. By
There you go. Yeah.
Maybe it's what all
Pretty
those
much.
artificers are going on about.
No, I'm pretty sure it uses like coal or something. I've never been inside of the main bit. I've only like hijacked the actual train cars.
Fascinating.
Huh.
I've seen a
Okay.
few things like that. I've seen something like carts in the mines, but I don't really know of anything else.
Pigu, can I roll a history check real quick? Cause like wouldn't like infernal engines still be around? And as an undead thing, maybe I know of something like that.
Well,
Yeah, sure. Go
earlier he-
ahead.
Well, earlier they had said that they run on like magic, not
It's a 5 anyways.
like during the
This is all above me.
introduction.
Hmm?
Like during the introduction, it says yes, there's constructs, but they run on arcane, not mechanical.
Well, we don't know what happened in Ginger's world. We were only.
I'm talking about Demovan.
Oh.
I'm just saying that the only kind of machinery that would be close to an engine that he would know about would be infernal in nature.
Yeah, you can go ahead and make a history check. For that.
It was only a 5, so
Oh, yeah, no.
no, it's all above him.
Unfortunately, no.
I guess we just dropped it.
Ginger gives up and like flops on his side, like, oh, whatever, taking a nap.
I guess I'll remain lookout while Demovan is in charge of the horses. I guess as well.
Okay.
an eye out.
We'll be keeping the same animal handling check the Demovan had. But also Jin said that he was like taking up a higher vantage point too and kind of taking a look out too. So Hallmac and Jin, you go both go ahead and give me perception checks.
Is that passive? Actually, never mind. I natural 20, baby.
Let's go.
$16.
Okay. And with the 20, so the way skill checks actually work is you can't technically like crit succeed or crit fail. This Baldur's Gate 3 kind of like spoiled
Whatever.
that a bit. They put that in Baldur's Gate 3, but in D&D it doesn't really work that way. But that being said, so you'll take the 20 and you'll still like it's still really good to get to 20, don't get me wrong. Like it's the best roll you can possibly get. But you'll still want to take that and add it into your perception bonus and let me know what you have, please.
23.
23 total. All right. So Jin, you just kind of look around a little bit, you know, scanning the trees, scanning the trail ahead and the trail behind, making sure that, you know, nothing's really coming. But Hallmac, you're like ever vigilant. You're scanning everything. You're not just looking around. You're glaring around. Like after the run-in with the dragon and the mysterious voice in your head, you're in high alert mode. So you're ever vigilant and keeping an eye out, but only from the occasional like wildlife here and there. You don't really perceive anything else to be a threat. At one point in time, you do notice like a large lumbering shape like off deep in the woods a little bit, kind of shadowed a bit, by like the shade of the trees and whatnot. But you saw it kind of lurch a bit, and it kind of lumbered off away from the road. So
Must've
maybe
been
some,
moose.
yeah, something that may have gotten like spooked or something from the sudden noise and decided to
Gregory.
run off. Yeah, Gregory again. He's like, never again. But yeah, so the rest of the trip remains very uneventful. Homac, you know that this trip is actually going to take at least one day.
Yeah, because I was coming from
yeah.
Smithton
So
myself.
you know that so you're not surprised when Smithson doesn't ever really come into view as the sun begins to set in the sky and nightfall begins to take over the forest.
I guess we keep thinking that in mind. I tap Demovan on the shoulder. So let's park up here and up to a nearby clearing and set up camp and be ready. And it seems to be getting late. It won't be safe to travel the roads at night.
Yep. All right. Yep. He does that.
So you all find a nice little clearing that's almost identical to the one where you killed the dragon at, because I can't be arsed to bring up another map.
Wow.
I just have the world map kind of zoomed in on the rough area of where we were and where we're going.
Yeah. Congratulations, Fire. You all kind of pull off to the side of the road to a nice little clearing where you see like there's kind of a creek that's kind of running through, just a small little riverbed, or I would say rainstorm creek. It's flowing a little bit of some nice clean fresh water for you all in case you need it. The horses are definitely appreciative of it. But how do you all want to set up your camp?
Well, I know how to make a fire because of my time in the forges, so I grab some pebbles and rocks together and start building a fire.
Okay, make me a survival check with advantage.
Yeah, Ginger just kind of clears out a spot of like any sticks or rocks or anything.
Okay.
16 total.
Yeah, easy enough. You are able to spark a campfire to life.
Hold up, did I actually have? Oh, great! I have a tinderbox in my backpack, and I completely forgot about it.
You all go ahead and set up your bed rolls and such like that. Ginger, you would have one too. It's not like theirs. Yours would be more like a sleeping bag with the zipper and such like that. But knowing you, you'd probably just like completely unzip it and open it out and just kind of use it like a makeshift like pet bed or something to like lay on, you know what I mean? Yeah. So you all kind of watch as like Ginger like brings out this weird fabric of a bedroll, which he seems to separate somehow in half and
Either
open
that or
up.
crawls into it like a bag.
Oh, that too, yeah, like crawling into it like a bag, that'd be hilarious.
Whichever one he feels like doing that day.
Yeah.
Well, here he would probably like lay it out because it's warmer than what he's used to, so it'd be too hot to get in it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would do that too if I had a sleeping bag. I'd be like, it's a little too. I'll leave it open a bit.
Yeah, and also you three are definitely starting to get hungry now, especially Ginger, who decided to not do lunch because he had a late breakfast and is now like very hungry.
Shouldn't everybody have a bedroll from your adventurer's pack?
Yep, everybody except Demovan, who would have traded it for gems.
What? I still have my Hunter's pack and Monster Hunter's, well, my Scholar's pack and Monster Hunter pack.
No, I'm just talking about the bedroll that would have came with it. You don't need one.
I still have these things. I never actually got rid
Okay.
of them. I was gonna give them to the party.
Okay, fine. Here, have a
They
bedroll.
don't need them.
Well, my apologies.
I mean, who doesn't want 3 bedrolls instead of 1? That's just more layers for comfort.
This is true.
Okay.
Byron, thank you for the
Middle
hydrate.
Earth,
I'll do it right now.
mattress.
I peek over at Demovan. I ask, like,
Me too.
are you gonna use one of those?
No, you can have it.
I gladly take it from you, and I lay it on the other one. I'm like, oh man, this is much better than stone bed. Just take a lay down. But my sword, just my sword scabbard right next to my right hand. So if I need to draw it quickly, why not?
Yeah. All right. Well, so you all go ahead and lay out your bed rolls, um, get into bed, eat your dinners. So go ahead and mark off 3 more rations from whatever packs they come from.
Um, start off
Demovan,
these
what will you be doing?
What? I'm just gonna look for a good tree.
Okay. Yeah, there's plenty of trees nearby. I will say that there's actually a nearby tree that has a branch that's kind of overlooking the campsite that you can kind of take a perch on.
Yep, that's where I'm gonna go then.
Okay. Remind me of your passive perception, please.
12.
Okay. All
I
right.
use more of the rations from the bag and the packs. I don't use my own personal ones, so I'm
Okay.
just gonna mark that down from what is it, 8 to 3, I guess. How much ever rations were in the bag, which I've forgotten.
All right. So you all begin to slumber away. The campfire steadily burns, keeping away, any would-be wildlife that might want to try and come in and get a little nip of ginger or whatever. The hours eventually do begin to go by, until like the sun begins to slowly begin to rise off in the horizon. The time is still very early dawn. It's still like very twilight dawn hour where there's still some stars in the sky, but just a very hint of light is starting to shine through. When Demovin, you hear the snap of a branch nearby.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
I'm gonna quietly, flutter on over to whoever's closest, and if they're asleep, wake them up.
Okay. Well, they're all pretty. I would say maybe the closest would be maybe Hallmack. We'll say.
Well, yeah. So, dwarf.
Okay.
I'm gonna wake him up and whisper him. I heard something.
I hear that voice, and as I'm basically at this what dawn in the morning. I'm roughly like you could just breaking out from sleep. And I'm like, what? And I literally reach over to my sword and tie it along my belt and draw and silently draw it, just because if he heard something, I'm like, okay.
Okay.
Before continuing on, he's going to pause and seemingly stare off into space, but really he's just listening to see if he can hear even more twigs breaking.
Okay. I would say both Demovin and Hallmack. Give me perception checks, both of you, please.
Ah, fuck, 2. Which will be
14.
5.
You got a
5.
5, Hallmack? Okay, so
Yeah.
you do not hear this, but Demovin, you definitely do. Roughly in like the same direction where the branch kind of like snapped, you hear very soft, faint whimpers and sniffles and cries. And ever so faintly you hear, please, help.
He's going to tap Hallmack on the shoulder and then just point to where he heard that.
I also pick up the shield that's also on the ground, and I try to look over in that direction and see what I can see.
Okay. Over in that direction, you do see a small shape. It's still kind of hidden in the like dusk shade. It's standing over by a bush, but it seems to be a very small figure, and from what you can tell, it seems like maybe it has its hands up to like its face.
That's not disturbing whatsoever. It's just remembering of weeping angel statues. If anything, that's not.
Oh
new.
god, those weeping angels scare the crap out of me.
No thanks. I'm.
So now that Hallmack can see it, he's actually going to whisper to him to keep an eye. He's gonna go wake the others now.
Okay. So easy enough. You go over and kind of rustle up Jin and shake awake Ginger and kind of fill them in on the situation a little bit.
I'm gonna creep out and kind of look to see where they had pointed, but I'm also gonna scan around behind us in case it's some sort of trap.
Okay, you have a much harder time trying to see than the others because you're the only one without night vision. Or dark vision, I should say. Not night vision.
Yeah, it is
So
dark.
while they're pointing and saying there's a shape over there, you look over and you just see dark.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna cast light.
Okay, easy enough. The area suddenly becomes illuminated with light, and that shape that you see over by the bush reveals to actually be a small girl. Blonde hair, wearing what looks to be a long white dress, no shoes, feet bloodied. She is got her hands up to her eyes and she's gently weeping, but she's looking at you all with large pleading eyes. Her
I'm
eyes,
gonna
she
look
kind of
at-
like flinches a bit at the sudden bright light that's shining in her eyes. So it takes a moment for her to adjust, but she kind of like holds up a light a little bit, but or her hand up to the light a little bit.
May I try to take a read of the situation?
I'm gonna look around behind us as well, because if it's a trap, they're gonna come up behind us. So
Okay,
I'm actually gonna turn away from her and try to see into the other side.
Jin, go ahead and give me perception checks. Hallmark, give me an insight.
20 plus. Oh wow, I'm really. 23.
Wow. You can tell this girl is scared, terrified, but extremely needy. Like she's starving. You can see that like she has disheveled cheeks. She looks very pale. She looks like she hasn't eaten in a while, and she looks like she's been running for a very long time. Hence the wounds all over her feet. She seems to maybe have been drawn in by the camp light here, and yeah, she just seems like she seems like she just desperately needs help.
I put away my sword slowly and make my way over to her. Actually, I try to give it a little nod to Ginger to watch my back as I approach, if that's okay with you.
Okay, and Jen, what did you get with your perception check? I'm sorry, Ginger.
I just want him to prep a dagger.
Okay, yeah, 12. You don't see anything. You just see the darkness. But Ginger, easy enough. So yeah, Hallmark, you walk over to the girl, and she slowly like walks over, kind of flinching with every step that she takes because her feet just hurt so much. But eventually she gets over to you and almost like crawls into your arms, like practically trying everything she can to get off of the ground so that way her feet don't hurt anymore. But she just looks up at you with pleading eyes and just starts crying. She goes, "Please, you gotta help them, please.
Them?
It's not fair.
Um,
Mama,
Them?
Mama and Papa, it's not fair. They're being forced to do this. You have to help them. He's
Do
a
what?
terrible person. He's making everybody do what he says. Please help them, please." She just starts crying and bawling.
Fireman carry. I basically grab both my arms and lift her up and bring her close to the campfire. I asked Jim if he sees anything.
so are we the only party that would have to ask how tall she is to see if we can carry her or not?
She is a human child, so she's
Taller than Jin.
yeah. I would say no, she's not taller than Jin, but I would say probably around that same height.
It's like what, 2.5 feet tall. I'm
Yeah.
4 feet. I can carry her. I'm also
Yeah.
I have plus.
And dwarves are strong too. Like
I'm 20. I have 20 in
yeah.
my strength. I can carry her. I basically carry over to one of the bedroll, and I look at her as I've noticed that she has bloody feet, and I have this deep burning wanting to help this young girl, and then I cast Cure Wounds on her feet and say to cure.
All right, you reach into your own personal font of power, and Ginger, you watch as Hallmack's hand starts to begin to glow green, the exact same green that you had seen before, and he reaches out and places his hand on like the shins directly above the feet, and he utters the words Tekuro, and you watch as that green energy leaves from his hands and goes into her feet, and those wounds actually slowly begin to close and heal right before your eyes, and the girl just like sighs a massive breath of relief and looks up at Hallmack and says, "Bless you. Thank you so much. I've been walking for days now. Had to get away. He tried to keep me prisoner so that Mama and Papa would do everything he said, but I ran away so that they wouldn't have to anymore. They're out there hurting people, taking their stuff, and just giving it all to him, just so that they could get me back. I tried to run to them, but I got lost. I don't know where they are. I don't know where Mama and Papa are. Please. They're not bad. They were forced into it."
I'm gonna ask the child what her dad's name is.
She looks up at you and says, "Gregory." I'm kidding.
Oh God!
I'm kidding.
Oh my God!
She looks up at you and goes, My mama's name is Mary, and my daddy is Harold. And I'm Emily."
Emily.
I'm gonna reach into my own private stash and give her one of my rations.
She looks hungrily at it, almost like drool just immediately starts falling out of her mouth as she reaches out for it, like her hands literally shaking. She actually tries to grasp it, and it falls out of her hands because she's so weak.
I pick it up off the ground and basically help give it to her as she's basically on the.
She just
on the middle.
eats quietly and hungrily and just sobbing every now and again.
Okay. Well, seems that we have something else that we need to do. I cannot let this stand if there's someone out there harming people.
Well, it might be the same actual person that we're looking for anyway.
Yeah, because they're robbing caravans. Those have a lot of stuff.
I am very interested in that stuff.
Me too.
It might be shinies.
Yeah.
They're very shiny.
I am very interested in that stuff.
But the person that's the leader of that may be the leader that we were told to go find.
Emily, how many days have you been walking, if you can remember?
4. But I got lost and things started looking familiar, so I would go a different way, but then they looked familiar again. I just want, every time I try to get away, I just wanted to get away. I just try to find Mama and Papa, but I can't find them anywhere.
Demovin, can you fly up and see if you can see anything that you can see?
Yeah, I can do that.
Bird
Burden
boy.
of having wings.
At least you're not the druid who's always being like, "Hey, expend a wild shape so you can go up and look for us."
I
Shall
wouldn't do
fly up and see if I see anything that looks like it could be a place.
Go ahead and give me perception check.
Because I would say, oh, I could send
19.
Ginger up in a tree, but he's never climbed a tree before. He wouldn't know how.
So yeah,
It'd
as
be
you
funny
take a
to watch,
moment
though.
to kind of look and scan around, the morning sun is still slowly rising, and so there's still like a lot of shadow that's being cast over the forest. So it's kind of hard to like pick up details. Like even the road trail like that you're on right now just kind of seems to fade away into a place that you can't even really notice anymore. But with that high roll, you do notice that there is like a break in the shadows a little bit further down to the south. And you swear you might be able to see like the morning light just barely grazing what looks to be like rooftops.
Very interesting. I guess I'll relay that information to the others.
Okay, easy enough.
What do you see up there, Demovan?
Quite off into the distance to the south, looks like rooftops. It definitely looks like a few days travel, though.
But that's our village, Emily says.
It is. What's the name of your village?
Doesn't have one, I don't think.
Interesting.
We just, yeah, it's just home. We're just a group of people, farmers, and we live
Jin,
off
do you
the
have a-
land, as my daddy says.
Jin, do you happen to have a map of the area? I just wanted to have an idea of where we are. Of basically the continent.
Do we?
I have the world map. That's about it.
Yeah, I just made the town map.
Okay.
I didn't know we were heading out further, and we had the maps from.
I guess I
shop.
just go look into the wagon and see if I can find a map of the area and try to see if I can locate any other possible towns of where, according to where we are.
Am I the only one that looks at that world map and sees a Charizard?
It does look like Charizard, don't it?
It does.
Oh god.
So we're on the
And this
peninsula?
map was brought to you by Ginger. Well, Capiscara.
Yep,
Both.
Ginger made this map, the world map.
So which peninsula were we on for? The
So
town
y'all are
of-
actually on the arm of the dragon.
Okay.
Kind of almost where the arm meets with the body. You were in the middle of that area right there. And you're heading south towards the southern coastline.
Okay. So I'm assuming there
But
must
you
be-
all are actually within the what's known as the Dragon's Rend territory on the northern trade district.
Okay. I'm just trying to get my general thought process is okay. So we have a village that's being attacked, and looted and pillaged, and we have a contract to fulfill. However, I cannot have it stand of someone completely killing and looting people's events. So I just have this sudden urge to just want to help these people if I can, while
Yeah.
not compromising our mission.
Yeah. So there is like one thing that she starts like kind of muttering as she like starts to get the food in her belly, and the exhaustion of her ordeal starts to take its toll on her. She starts kind of lulling away to sleep, and as she does, you actually hear her mutter the words, "I'll never let you have them, Reinar. I'll never let you have them. Curse you, Reinar. Curse you."
That's the name of the guy we were supposed to go after.
Yep.
And it's there that we are going to be calling it for the day. Yes, indeed, it is that time. Unfortunately, I know. But it is a 5-hour stream. We are going to be doing this every single Friday. So anybody who really, really enjoyed this, be sure to hit the follow button, because we are definitely going to be keeping this up. This is going to be a weekly run campaign here on the channel, and anything that is missed is going to be uploaded onto my YouTube. If any of my 4 players are not able to make it on that day, or make it on a Friday for whatever reason, because life does happen, we will be canceling for that day, and I'll probably be streaming something else. It's not a big deal. But I just want to give, first and foremost, give a huge thank you to all 4 of my players. Y'all are absolutely incredible. I love your characters. I love y'all's aesthetics and role playing together. This was absolutely fun and amazing. I'm actually gonna go ahead and turn over this to my players real quick to kind of let them introduce themselves, break down themselves a little bit, talk about who they are, and because there are also a few people here that stream that I also want them to go ahead and take a moment to put out their platform as well. But the first person I'm going to point out to does not stream, but that's okay. We still love him anyway. So, Jin, if you want to go ahead and give us a little about yourself, go feel free.
As me, or as D Wolf, or as
However you see fit.
Okay. Well, I do not stream, but I do support Ginger and Pigu as streamers. I just want to thank everybody for being here. There's not a whole lot to say about me, but keep your eye out on Jin. He's got some secrets. He's got the name Jin for a reason.
Interesting.
All done.
All right. Hallmac, floor is yours.
I will might as well introduce myself who I am. I go by William, also known as William Burbine, as my Twitch channel suggests. I am a variety content streamer here on Twitch, and I generally enjoy a good time, and I clearly like as you can see, I clearly like dwarves, and I like to embrace the character of them, as I'm basically playing myself and what I would do in this situation. So, if you want to see more strategy games or anything like that, you can come over to my channel. I will be, when I'm live, I try to play some strategy games and some other things that really go along with my style of play. But I am definitely one, and it's also my first D&D game here, so I am just as much as excited as everybody else is. So my first session, so this has been very entertaining.
It's funny too, but because like every single campaign that I've ever ran, there's always been at least one person who's never played D&D before. So like to me, this is just like, yeah, I'm used to it by now. It's like I'm used to having somebody not fully understanding like the rules and how dice rolls go, or how certain things would interact with other things, and so I'm used to that, and I have no problem with answering any kind of questions that you or anybody else may have. But it is an honor having you here, Hallmac, and I'm so glad that I am able to give you your very first ever campaign. But with that, Demovin, I will pass over the microphone to you.
Me talk about myself? You clearly don't know me. No, I'm good. I'm not gonna self-promote. I don't need none of that noise. I do appreciate being here, though. Thanks for having me.
And be sure to follow the twitch.tv/bunny or something for more.
Do
We
do
share the
that.
love here.
All the love. All right, and last but certainly not least, my brother, Ginger. The floor is yours.
Hello, I am Ginger. I'm a variety streamer, although I primarily play either Minecraft or drawing art. As for my character, it's actually a character that's been in the works for, oh god, many, many years. Just never for a D&D setting. And so I'm very happy to get him out into, like, some version of media out there other than just my silly little doodles. He is my son. I love this character very much.
And I'm very glad to be able to provide a perfect setting for your character to come in. There's a lot of secrets that each of our characters have. They have backstories that we haven't even begun to touch yet. There's a lot of mysteries, a lot of surprises involved in this. Like, literally, like, what else can I say when their very first encounter was literally a red dragon? Like, come on.
Gregory.
This
He'll
is
go down in infamy.
Gregory the Molten Fury. You will go down in infamy, my friend. And I tell you, it was so hard keeping that like to myself. Like, how many times to Jin and Ginger did I sit there and say, just wait till that first encounter. Just wait. Just wait for that first encounter. I can't wait for it. Y'all are gonna shit a brick, and then you're gonna be like, what the fuck? And that's exactly what happened, and I'm very happy. So, thank you all so very much. We are going to go ahead and wrap up there. Everybody in my chat, don't go too far. We, as always, will be going on a raid. Thank you all to everybody in Discord, or excuse me, in the chat. And thank you all to my players again. Thank you all so much for being here. And we will be back again with this next Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you all again so much, and we'll see you all soon. Thanks again to my
Bye,
players.
everybody.
Bye.
Alrighty, chat. Thank you all again for being here. But yes, we as always will be going on a raid, so don't go too far. Here in the chat is my raid message. It is an all user-friendly message, so even if you are not subscribed to the channel, fret not. You too will be able to fill our raid targets chat with the pig you love. And I love each and every single one of you. Thank you all again so very much for being here. I do greatly appreciate it. Until next time, do not forget to love each other. But most importantly, you've got to love yourselves. And I love each and every single one of you. Thank you all again so much for being here. And until next time, may she bless you all. And may the fog be kind. Goodbye, everybody. I'll be seeing you all again this Monday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be jumping back into some Dead by Daylight for some No Mither Monday. Thank you all again for being here, and I'll see you all again very, very soon. Ooh, woo. Bye-bye.